Good evening and welcome to this evening's meeting of North East Lincolnshire Council. A reminder that this meeting is being broadcast live. Members need to use their microphones at all times when we are in public session, including when voting as any part of the recorded vote. We have a lot of business tonight, so let's get through this, and may I take an opportunity to remind members to be respectful at all times. Can I just add, as one of my announcements tonight, please, I shall be holding a coffee morning on the 23rd of October from 10:30 to 12 o'clock. I hope you can all make it. Thank you. Apologies for absence. Are there any apologies for this meeting?
Apologies for absence have been received from Councillors Jervis, Henderson, Brooks and Hudson.
Item 3. I now move the minutes of the meetings of North East Links Council held on the 24th of July 2025. Do I have a seconder?
I rise to second that, Madam Mayor.
Anyone against? All those in favour? Item 4. Declarations of interest. Are there any declarations of interest from members in any item on the agenda for this meeting? No. Question time. Item 5. The Council has received 2 questions from a member of the public for this evening's meeting. Please can I remind the member of the public to present the questions as submitted. The first question has been received from Zach Killerman, who is in attendance this evening. Welcome, Zach. And would you like to put your first question?
Thank you, Mayor. So, North East Lincolnshire has one of the highest rates of disability across the country. There are 10,000 people relying on personal independence payments, most of them older or long-term ill residents who just use it to meet their daily additional needs that their disability costs them. On top of this, major changes to universal credit will now slash the extra health element support for new claimants by around £200 a month from 2026. And despite promises existing, even existing claimants will only still likely be protected until their next reassessment. That means most of the vulnerable people across our borough could soon find themselves stripped of vital support and pushed deeper into poverty. This isn't just about those directly affected. Everyone in this chamber will feel the consequences, whether through their loved ones, caring responsibilities, or the knock-on pressure these cuts place on our already stretched local health and social care services. So I'd like to ask 2 questions, please. What reassurance can this council offer to our disabled residents facing this existential crisis, including those who will soon be forced to rely on even less during the cost of living crisis, such as unpaid carers, especially that they won't be forced into crippling debt just to survive? What local act? Sorry, second question. What local action?
Can we just have the first question first,
okay.
please, Zach? Councillor Shreve, as portfolio holder for health and wellbeing and adult social care, please will you respond to Zach's first question, please?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you for the question. The changes to universal credit and personal independent payments are matters being dealt with by the Department of Work and Pensions, and it's a matter of national policy of the Labour government. I suspect the congruence of these measures is a matter which will give rise to unintended consequences. Clearly, the questioner is right to be concerned. It's worth noting that many of the residents affected will be receiving support from adult social care and the health services, some of which are means tested. It's possible that the reduction in support from the Department of Work and Pensions may push certain individuals' means below the means threshold, leaving our adult social care to pick up part of the tab. Finally, Not all forms of support are means tested, and as an example, I would quote attendance allowance and carers support. I would urge all of our affected residents to check whether they qualify for these, because we know that many people who do qualify do not apply. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, councillor Shreve. Zach, would you like to put your second question?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. What local action will be taken to support the independence, mobility and dignity at a time when national safety nets are being pulled away?
Councillor Shreve, will you please respond?
Again, thank you for the question. In terms of provision and support, our integrated health and adult social services are in a good place to ensure that residents are properly supported, as would our stakeholder partners in the voluntary sector. If people are eligible for adult social care support under the Care Act 2014, then support will be given based upon their individual needs. This year, we have schemes through the Household Support Fund for people who are experiencing hardship and require support. This will be replaced by the Crisis and Resilience Fund from 2026, which is currently being consulted on by government. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, councillor Shreve, and thank you, Zach, for your questions. I will
Thank you.
arrange for a written confirmation of the answers to your questions to be sent to you. Item 6, Children's Services Ofsted Report. To receive this report from the portfolio holder for Children's and Education and an address from the Children's Services Commissioner post-inspection. Mr. Douglas, the Children's Services Commissioner, is in attendance this evening, and I would like to welcome him to this meeting. I would invite Mr. Douglas to address the members, and I now move for the suspension of council standing orders for this purpose. All those, do I have a seconder?
I rise to second that, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. All those in favour? Thank you. Mr. Douglas, would you like to address council? A reminder that you have up to 10 minutes to speak, and I will let you know when you have a minute left. After your address, I will call upon Councillor Cracknell to speak before opening the matter up for the chamber.
You know me well, Madam Mayor. I'll try to keep to 8 minutes, and it's a privilege to be with you this evening and a privilege to have been working with you all for 3 years since being appointed as your Children's Commissioner to help you to improve your children's services. Those services are provided to some of the most vulnerable members of your communities. It affects every child in your communities. They may not be directly in receipt of services, but they depend upon the environment, they depend upon good education, and they depend upon support when they need it. And very few families have no connection with the need for care or support. So these services are crucial. I'd like to pay tribute to you all for what is actually one of the most spectacular rapid improvements in children's services in the country. Because in 18 months you have taken services from a really poor point in which many children weren't served well to the time now where most children in North East Lincolnshire are served well by children's services, who've been judged also as being outstanding leaders. And that outstanding leadership is political and corporate too. And it's been my privilege to work with you as members during that period and to get to know many of you reasonably well. These days, you can't ever get to know anybody that well. People are too complex, they're individual, you can't make any assumptions. But I'd like to think you've been on the journey with me and everybody directly involved, and I know you have. I'd also like to thank you as a corporate political body for depoliticising children's services. That was a principle that I established with all of your group leaders at the start of my work with you, and it's an agreement that has held all the way through. And that is massively important, that children's services and services to vulnerable adults and adults at risk do not become political footballs of any description. And you've stood faithfully by that. So I'd thank you for that. In terms of the genuine transformation, it's an overused word. Everything's being transformed these days. But this really has been, both in terms of speed and quality. You have some really loyal, clever staff working for you. And they have worked every day, every long day, to improve these services. And they've done that because they wanted to improve children's services. Many of your staff live here as well as work here. They have a tremendous sense of loyalty and ownership of this place. So it's not that they're bussed in to do some work and it could be anywhere. They have the personal as well as the professional commitment. And I know you're very proud of them, as I am. I'll just give two indications technically of the achievements. Firstly, financial control. In any council, as you know, children's services and adult care services take up an increasing percentage of the total council budget, sometimes as much as 70% plus, and demands are rising. So it was crucial, as well as to improve services, that they achieved a grip and control of the budget. That's not easy because in terms of SEND, for example, the increase in the numbers of children needing help are increasing exponentially. We used to think of increases as 2% a year or maybe 3% a year, but now you're often looking at double-digit increases. So that grip was crucial. Bringing the numbers of children in care down was a tremendously important factor because those children need to be with their families. Getting more of a grip of fostering locally was important, so that more children who do have to come into care can be placed and live in a family locally. And some of the campaigns here to attract more foster parents have been pioneering. In terms of fostering friendly businesses, with the football club, with schools. And it's been wonderful to see small firms of plumbers go around with fostering friendly t-shirts. And that shows the reach of this work. So I'm just going to end with a story from President Kennedy, who, without talking more about American presidents than one 50 or 60 years ago, was walking to a space launch in Cape Canaveral, and a guy in front of him laid out a red carpet, rustling to get it in place before he walked on it, because he walked very quickly. And he stopped and turned to the guy laying out the carpet and said, "Well, what do you do?" And he said, "Well, I send men to the moon." Now, of course, it's men and women. The point being, everybody plays a part in an improvement story like this. Even people with tangential ownership of it. So I'd also like to pay thanks to corporate services as well as staff in children's services for leaning into the service. Sharon's, I think, a great example of that, leaning into the service and being frontline facing, because every number on a spreadsheet for children's services is a child. And the day in, day out work is to teach, check, repeat, to make sure quality increases. Teach, check, repeat. And the quantum of that work has been phenomenal. Next steps, so I keep to my 10 minutes, Madam Mayor. Next steps, we're going to keep the intervention going for a little while longer, just to check, because the improvement has been so rapid, just to check that it's embedded and sustained. Now, whether that's for a few months or until next spring or summer It's not to keep checking on you, because to be honest, I've tried to interpret the role as support and help and advice more than check. But there is a statutory function here, so we want to make sure that the changes you've made are sustained and embedded, probably until sometime next year. So in that period, we'll also provide support. You've got some LGA work still coming in for corporate parenting, and I'm very pleased that the team in Children's Services, Paul's here tonight, I'd thank him on behalf of the whole service, have really woken up the next morning and carried on improving. It's very tempting when you achieve a great result to sit back and say, we've done it. But so committed are they, and you, to Children's Services, that you've just kept going. And actually, you're even better now in September than when the inspection took place a few months ago. I'd like to pay finally some tribute to the Director of Children's Services, which is not here this evening, but when you achieve a result like this, the resources are brigaded by a leader. She's played a particularly special leadership role. I'd like to thank her. I'd like to also thank the leader of the council and the portfolio holder in particular for sticking with it. And in the Department for Education, where I work, they're called the Strategic Quartet. The leader of the council, the portfolio holder, the Director of Children's Services, and the Chief Executive. So I'll also include and pay tribute to the former Chief Executive, because you worked as four together without a cigarette paper between you, totally committed. You made this the council's top priority from day one, and you kept that going through thick and thin for 3 years. So I'd like to pay tribute to all of you for doing that. But it was my privilege to work with all of you as members to try and deepen the collective understanding of Children's Services. I had a great time with you on those 10 sessions. Great time might not be quite the right word, but it's extremely enjoyable. And again, it's been great working with you. Thank you very much, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Cracknell.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And first of all, thank you, Commissioner, for those kind and supportive words. Without a doubt, the driving force behind much of the change has been the leadership, as you quite rightly said, of the service. And I have to say the Commissioner has proved to be a key part of that. So I'd like to place on record my thanks and the Council thanks to you, Commissioner, for the support that you have shown us over the past 3 years. Thank you very much. I feel very proud to be able to speak to the Chamber this evening. Proud not for me, but proud on behalf of the staff in Children's Services, the staff across the whole of North East Lincolnshire Services, as well as staff from our partner organisations who have contributed to such an incredible result in our ILACS Ofsted inspection. To spell out, the judgment that NEL has gone from inadequate in 2021 to in 2025, a judgment of leadership outstanding, children who need help and protection good, experience and progress of children in care good, experience of care leavers good, an overall score of good. This is progress nearly unheard of, and I think the Commissioner's words back that. Let us just remember where we were. A workforce of massive agency workers and agency teams that were inflexible, to where we are now with just a few social worker vacancies. Recruitment then was a real problem. Indeed, we were fortunate some time ago to recruit 33 social workers from South Africa to help us along our way. We have now forged links with universities and are growing our own, as well as giving opportunities for career progression. Advertised job vacancies attract applicants because now people want to come and work in North East Lincolnshire. Our looked after children numbers were 633, nearly the highest in the country. We're now down to about 403. Care leavers had real concerns about things like accommodation. It's been turned around, and we will do more to offer to those young people. Foster carers did not feel supported. I remember being at a function with them, feeling much more could be done. Now the transformation is incredible, and not just with foster families, but foster friendly businesses, schools, as well as a greater awareness across the whole of North East Lincolnshire as a local authority about just how important foster carers are. We were given an improvement partner of Lincolnshire County Council, and staff from there moved in to help. Meanwhile, our North East Lincolnshire staff continued to do a good job, as good as possible, under, I've got to say, the sad banner of inadequate, while focusing on the most important issue of supporting our children, our families who had the greatest need. Looking back, we can commend them for their resilience and professionalism in doing their day job. Being under the spotlight of the Department for Education also brought with it its benefits. We were assigned a commissioner, in our case, a very experienced Anthony Douglas. I know I've already thanked Anthony for all his work, but I can't thank him enough, because he not only worked with our children's services, he worked with our wider partners. He has done much to foster significant positive relationships with organisations such as the police, with health, with schools, and I know he is much respected for this contribution. I thank him too for setting up sessions with the leader of the council, with the commissioner and with me, where we were able to have a frank and open conversation with our staff, enabling change and greater understanding. A really big thank you to our staff for their commitment to openness and honesty, which we could then bring back to the table to support as necessary. I also know from my conversations with senior staff how much they valued the Commission's experience and benchmarking in their joint endeavours. It is hard to believe it is only about 21 months since North East Lincolnshire Council had the opportunity to recruit a whole senior leadership team to enhance the work of children's services. From the very start, the emphasis has been about a quality of work to support each child and their family. Where a child is in care, it has been to transform a culture to a child that feels loved in a safe and caring home, feels nurtured and has a trusted adult to relate to. The child-focused approach was recognised in the Ofsted judgment, where children, young people and care leavers are now benefiting from help when their needs are first identified. The cultural change is pronounced. So too is the investment in the workforce, where improving the lives of children and families is paramount. The judgment of outstanding of leaders on social work practice with children and families does not go unnoticed. Council, on your behalf, I pay tribute to the Director of Children's Services, Anne-Marie, and the leadership team, Paul, who's here tonight, Charlene, Jules, Jenny. We greatly appreciate all your contribution to the Directorate and to where we are today. We also acknowledge the support from the wider council departments, from the corporate centre, and we've heard how important finance is, to so many of the functions that have assisted us on our way. Huge thanks to our staff, who have become a team of professionals dedicated to improving the lives of children and young people, and who go beyond the mile to achieve this. Finally, I wish to thank you, 41 councillors, who for the past 3 years plus have put aside party politics and have systematically worked to challenge, assess, interpret information and data to ensure all they are doing and what they can do is achieve a better outcome for our children looked after and their families. It could have been different, but you made sure that the focus was always the child or young person. And as such, you are part of that incredible path, that incredible improvement path we're able to celebrate tonight. It is well done to you, all of you in this chamber, and I say an almighty thank you to you, and also to our professional leaders in North East Lincolnshire, and to our staff for believing in themselves and their ability to deliver in the interest of those families and our children. Thank you all.
Thank you, Councillor Cracknell. Councillor Jackson.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to say a few words. First of all, I wanted to reiterate Councillor Cracknell's thanks to Anthony Douglas, our Commissioner, for all the help and advice he's provided over the past few years. I've got to know him quite well during that time, and I know the amount of work and effort he's put in to try to help us to improve. And I, for one, will be pleased that he's going to be around for a few more months yet, because I still think there's a lot as a council that we can continue to learn from him. And we're still continuing with our improvement journey, of course. I'll return to that in a moment or two. I also particularly want to take the opportunity to thank Councillor Cracknell for the phenomenal amount of dedication and work that she has put in over the past 3 years since she's been portfolio holder. A lot of what she's done has been behind the scenes. People have not seen it. She's not shouted about it. She's just been there. She's been challenging, helping officers, intervening where necessary, meeting staff, and doing what a diligent portfolio holder does. And I know that she is passionate about improving a lot of children in North East Lincolnshire, and that's something that she has been doing day in, day out in her role as portfolio holder. Of course, it's been a journey for the whole council, and I thank all elected members for the role they've played in stepping up over the past 4 years to help us to improve children's services. And Madam Mayor, I was in that meeting almost 4 years ago when the council was told it was inadequate for children's services. We didn't expect that was going to be the outcome of that inspection 4 years ago. We didn't have a proper awareness of the state of our children's services, and that was one of the greatest concerns. Madam Mayor, I've been to some pretty dire meetings during my time as a local politician, but I have to say that was the worst meeting I'd ever been to, hearing that that our children's services had dropped to that level of inadequacy. And that was a real contrast to the meeting that we had a few weeks ago, when we were told that we were now classed as good for children's services and indeed outstanding in one of the domains. But the important thing there is the improvement it is brought about for families and children in North East Lincolnshire, and for the continued improvement it will bring for those children moving forward. That's the most important aspect of that improvement in our ratings. This afternoon we had a meeting of the Children's Services Improvement Board, which has been meeting on a monthly basis every month since we were deemed to be inadequate. And the decision was made that we should continue to meet, but we should change into a transformation board, because we've still got a journey to continue with, to move from good to outstanding. And I personally won't be satisfied until this council is outstanding for children's services. So we've now got a strategy in place as to how we're going to continue to move forward. And for the next few months, Anthony Douglas is also going to be part of that journey, which is good. Councillor Cracknell talked in some detail about the improvements and changes that have been made over the past 4 years, the fantastic job that staff have done in children's services and across the rest of the council. I don't need to say anything more about that. And I would reiterate all those, all the praise that Councillor Cracknell mentioned. But I will just talk about a little bit about one aspect, and that is the way that we have safely reduced the number of children in care. We know that we were way above the national average for children in care, way above any a local authority with our demographics should have in terms of numbers. And we have brought those down quite significantly. That's been done with a whole range of different interventions, including recruiting more foster parents, opening more children's homes, and enabling more facilities within North East Lincolnshire to enable us to bring children back into the local authority area, for example. Now, of course, you know, that does save us quite a lot of money, which is important because we've got a whole range of other services to deliver in the council. But the most important thing, Madam Mayor, is that that is best for children and their families. And at the end of the day, that's what this journey was all about. So a huge thank you from me to everybody who's been involved in that journey, elected members and officers, and our partners out in the community who are also very important, and also to our Commissioner. And I look forward to us continuing with the journey. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Wheatley.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I don't intend to stand up here for long and repeat everything that's already been said by the Leader of the Council and the portfolio holder, but I just wanted to add that I absolutely welcome the words of the Commissioner and thank him for all his support over the last extremely busy and fraught few years. Your role, Commissioner, as a critical friend has been absolutely invaluable to us and to our borough. I'm particularly pleased that the strength of leadership has been recognised as outstanding. And I want to add my thanks to Councillor Cracknell for the leadership that she's shown from a political perspective, and the fact that my passion for children's services is now tangible and embedded within the council and also its partners and the all of the staff. Long may it continue, actually, because it can only benefit both the future of the council, the future of the borough, and more importantly, the future of the children of the borough. Just wanted to finish on the fact that it is really important, however, to recognise that this is still a journey and not a destination. So I do welcome the fact that the Commissioner is remaining with us to hold our hand for the next few months and ensure that we continue on this really important journey. And I'm absolutely certain sure with the team that's in place at the moment and with the continued will of the staff and the continued will of the politicians within this room, we will certainly achieve that outstanding result.
Thank you. Councillor Sen.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. I'm proud to stand before you tonight as the chair of the Corporate Parenting Board. And Anthony, I now classify you as a friend. We could come to you anytime and we'd get solid advice, we would do. And to be honest, I'm one of 42, and I think every single 42 councillors needs to be proud in this journey. I've worked with Margaret for many years, I have. And to be honest, Margaret is one of the best portfolio holders I've ever worked with. I think she's the best anyway, put it that way. And this is the second time I've worked with her. And what you said tonight was amazing. When we heard the news last time, it was, I wasn't proud to be a councillor. I wasn't proud. I declared myself part of the problem. I did. And I think we all should accept that we should do, was part of the problem. We wasn't asking the right questions, we wasn't. But we wasn't getting the right answers as well. We wasn't. The answers weren't right. And that now brings me on to the leadership team. They tell us it all, warts and all, you do, Paul. Same with Anne-Marie. We know if there's any problems. We know where it's good and we know where we've got to improve. That is the thing now. We recognise ourselves. We didn't recognise ourselves. We was going along, everything's fine. Everything's fine. And we believed it was. And the reality of the fact, we was in a dire situation and it wasn't good for the kids. And my final note, I'm to thank one group of people I'm to do. And that group of people, we was really struggling to recruit. We was really struggling to recruit. We had more agency workers than our own people. Now we've got our own people, as social workers. And to be honest, I really thank them for staying with us and coming to a council what wasn't in a good place. It must have been demoralising for them, must have been demoralising, and it's now transformed. And I think that applies to all other people in children's service. They're in a lot better place now. But thank you very much, Madam Mayor, for allowing me to speak.
Thank you. I'd just like to say thank you, Anthony, as well, for all the help and support everybody has got. Thank you. Item 7, leader's statement. Oh. Sorry, I didn't see your hand.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Sylvester.
I can only endorse what everybody else has said, but as chair of scrutiny, can I thank everybody that served on the scrutiny panel in the last 4 years and for the effort and the challenge they've put in, because I think it's been tremendous and I think that has made an enormous difference. And it's not really been mentioned the role scrutiny's played, but I feel we've been really important in helping the journey along. And I'd particularly like to thank the Commissioner on this, because when we first took over, we used to get a scrutiny pre-brief. You'll know about that, Madam Mayor, because she was a member then. And that was absolutely, it gave us so much insight, so much knowledge, and it gave us information that wasn't coming from officers. And I think we built on that from the Commissioner to become an excellent scrutiny panel. And we certainly got honesty and transparency from officers at the end. Was fantastic and made life so much easier. So once again, can I say a special thank you to everybody that served on the scrutiny panel. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Sylvester. The leader's statement. Item 7. Councillor Jackson, will you give your leader's statement, please?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. First of all, not wanting to predetermine what's going to happen in item 9 on tonight's agenda with regard to council standing orders, but a slightly shorter leader statement tonight because I'm practicing to make sure I can keep it within what's expected to be the new 10-minute time slot, but still a lot to talk about. So, unfortunately, Madam Mayor, the situation continues to remain uncertain over the future of the Pratt Lindsey oil refinery. This refinery, as members know, provides 10% of the UK's crude oil refining capacity and is part of our strategic infrastructure, as well as being hugely important to the local economy. We are receiving mixed messages about potential buyers for the refinery, but local politicians at all levels continue to exert pressure on both government and the official receiver to try to ensure that the site remains fully operational in the future. Madam Mayor, we continue to work with our neighbouring upper tier councils in Lincolnshire and North Lincolnshire to develop a common narrative as to how local government reorganisation might look across Greater Lincolnshire. North East Lincolnshire's public engagement has recently closed with nearly 1,500 responses. We are about to start a round of engagement with local businesses. The outcome of both engagements will help inform this council's proposals. Group leaders continue to meet regularly to oversee progress, and members will be aware that a special full council has been called for November the 12th to consider our proposal document. Turning now, Madam Mayor, to Grimsby's rapidly changing town centre. With most of the demolition of the western end of Freshley Place complete, the leisure scheme development is on time and on budget. Work continues at pace on the site of the proposed new transport hub. The demolition of the structures on Osborne Street is complete. Material is currently being sorted on site before removal. Overall, the demolition project is 85% complete and is on time and within budget. The public consultation for the provision of facilities within the transport hub closed on the 19th of September, and I would like to thank everyone who responded. Madam Mayor, there's no doubt that combating crime and the fear of crime and antisocial behaviour in the town centre is essential if we want to see footfall continuing to increase and for us to see the benefit of the improvements we're bringing about in the town centre. Operation Mastery, a very effective partnership between the police and council, has achieved remarkable results when comparing 2023-24 to 2024-25. Overall town centre crime is down 5%. All theft has reduced by 9%, with retail theft down 3%. Cycle theft is down 47%. Violence with injuries down 23%, and stalking and harassment down 29%. Antisocial behaviour has reduced by 14%, whilst alcohol-related ASB is down 51%. Sanction detections have increased 40% from 185 to 307, driven by the team's intelligence-led approach and their ability to identify and target high-harm offenders. These outcomes are not only statistically significant, but also reflect the team's relentless effort and strategic focus. The Operation Mastery team have also undertaken a number of very effective days of action over the past 18 months. There have been 59 arrests, 476 stop searches with 52 positive outcomes, action against 66 PSPO breaches and 60 parking enforcement reports. However, it is recognised that there is still much to do, and we will continue the relentless tackling of crime and disorder in the town centre. Madam Mayor, Cleethorpes has not been neglected. On the back of an ongoing review of resort management arrangements, a resort task force has been established with dedicated resource to clean and smarten up the resort. To date, this has included repairing all wooden benches along the north and central promenade and the boating lake, and partnering with Probation Community Payback to have them repainted and revarnished. A regular jet washing regime is now in place for promenades and the boating lake, including regular bin cleaning. There has been repainting of promenade bollards, slipway gates and road markings. Flower containers are being reintroduced to the North Promenade. Litter and rubbish is being cleared from the boating lake. In combination, these initiatives are making a significant improvement to the resort. Madam Mayor, let us not forget Immingham. The new owners of Kennedy Way are already making a difference by improving this important shopping facility with retail premises being reopened. Madam Mayor, turning to education now, this month has seen the opening of 2 new primary academies, one in Waltham and the other at Scartho Top, part of the ongoing improvement in the education offer to young people across North East Lincolnshire. Turning now to good news on the health front, Madam Mayor. North East Lincolnshire has been selected as the only location within the Humber and North Yorkshire Integrated Care Board footprint to pilot the new National Neighbourhood Health Implementation Programme. Another NHS initiative. Let's hope this one's more successful than some we've seen in the past. It will be focused on Immingham and East and West Marsh. The programme involves formalising and scaling integrated neighbourhood working using data and co-production to improve outcomes for people with multiple long-term conditions, whilst reshaping funding, workforce and estates to sustain the shift from hospital to community care. This initiative, Madam Mayor, also aligns with our Marmot Place status. We'll keep members updated on progress with this project. Madam Mayor, Council has asked me to keep them updated on the Ukrainian refugee situation. Since its inception, North East Lincolnshire has received 154 people through the Homes for Ukraine scheme. The application process is still open, but arrivals to North East Lincolnshire are few. The team is still supporting 30 people residing with sponsors and 77 living independently. 47 people have left the area. The scheme provided an initial 3 years leave to remain, plus an 18-month extension. A further announcement has been made that this will be extended by an additional 24 months. The Ukraine Permission Extension Scheme launched in February 2024. This does not come with any additional funding, and the previous Homes for Ukraine grant is used to facilitate any further work. 25 people have moved onto the extension scheme. Madam Mayor, we are now in the 4th year of Russian aggression against Ukraine, and North East Lincolnshire continues to be supportive of the Ukrainian people and those who have come here from that country. We are sympathetic to the suffering of Ukraine, recognise the threat this conflict poses to a wider Europe, and continue to fly the Ukrainian flag over this town hall. Finally, Madam Mayor, I can confirm that there were no special urgency decisions taken by Cabinet or portfolio holders since my last Leader's Statement in July. The latest update of the Council tracking report has also been circulated. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. Item 8, Treasury Outturn Report. The assent to adoption by the Council of the Treasury Management Policy and Strategy Statement and supporting the appendix to receive this report from the portfolio holder for finance, resources and assets on Treasury management activity for information and noting noting by council for the council to receive assurance from the report in the terms of such activity in accordance with guidance. Councillor Harness, will you move the recommendations?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, I will move the recommendations.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder?
I rise to second the recommendations and reserve the right to speak.
Thank you. Any speakers? Councillor Patrick.
Thank you indeed, Madam Mayor. On the surface, what appears to be a fairly benign Treasury management report, but of course I couldn't let it go past without taking the time to mention the overall level of debt this council finds itself in at new highs yet again. And we've actually seen an increase in the debt from 160 million to 190 million since the last report. And we've now got a debt ceiling of some 260 million pounds. Incidentally, it's worth a mention that when I was responsible for the purse strings in a different life, our debt ceiling only sat at some 200 million, which was perfectly fine because it was unthinkable that we would ever even come close to that level of borrowing, and we certainly didn't. But now at the moment, it looks like it's entirely possible that we might be breaching that level at some point in the near future. I'm sure that we'll hear tonight from the administration those three magic words: sustainable, affordable and prudent, as if that will ultimately make everything better. And whilst I appreciate the financial position of this council is very much stronger this year, largely due to the fact that we've got a government which is now intent on funding local government services properly, and hopefully we'll see more of that to come in the future. And it worries me greatly that perhaps what's come with this is that the administration might see this as an opportunity for a bit of a spending spree. But I suppose ultimately time will tell. But the real concern I have ultimately is not just what these figures say or what the forecast is, but having sat in that chair for many a year in the past, that it's the bad financial karma that follows you. It's the things that creep up behind you and hit you over the back of the head. And there are plenty of examples of that. So some obviously being Freshney Place. I can remember not so recently that not so long ago that we were actually going to put in a small contribution with the then owners for a leisure development to bring some life back into the town centre. And then out of nowhere, we were buying Freshney Place. And then on top of that, we were all convening in this chamber to make a substantial loan to add more investment in Freshney Place at the taxpayers' risk and expense. The Sea Road development as well, £1.5 million to give us a very nice hole in the ground because we had a developer lined up who was looking to build on the site, but it still remains empty. And I can't even begin to imagine the lost revenue and business rates that we've missed out on because that's remained empty. And of course, Corporation Road Bridge, which I think really just requires no explanation at this point. So we can only hope that we do actually have a good firm grasp on the purse strings as is being promised to us. But if one actually looks closely at this report towards the back in the fine print, we did actually have an operational breach, unfortunately. There was some £4.5 million invested a punt for a quick return. And unfortunately, that left us some £3 million short of our spending. And we actually had to take out an emergency loan to cover that. And it worries me greatly that is this just the tip of the iceberg? If we can get the numbers wrong to some £3 million that we can't actually afford to keep the lights on, what else might be happening under the surface? What else might come to visit us in future? I hope, Madam Mayor, that I'm wrong, but I fear that I might be right. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Harness.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor.
Sorry, Councillor Harness. Any other speakers? Councillor Jackson.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to rise to respond to some of the points that Councillor Patrick has made. I noticed he didn't use his usual phrase that we get every year when we talk about the Treasury Outturn report, which is eye-watering levels of debt. He's obviously decided to move away from the lacrimatory references I think they've probably got a bit worn anyway. But yeah, I would just like to refer council to page 59 of the papers, where it's actually talking about gross borrowing. And he talks about net debt. I mean, the net debt of the council, of course, takes into account the investments that we also have. So although there has been an increase of net debt between 31st of March 2024, 31st of March 2025, which is the year we're talking about, it's not anywhere near as high as Councillor Patrick makes out. It's gone up from 148 million to 157 million. So that's certainly nowhere near 200 million. I mean, we've heard the opposition groups on this council talking about the 200 million pound limit level being breached for many years now, and we've never got anywhere near that, because you have to remember that the predicted level of borrowing for the council is based on a worst case scenario. And of course, we do often end up reprofiling the capital programme. And because all capital schemes under this administration are based on a robust business case, we do sometimes drop some items from the capital programme because we recognise that they're no longer going to be able to wash their face. So we've never got anywhere near breaching that 200 million pound level that the opposition likes to talk about on a year basis. And also, if members take a look at page 72 of the bundle that we have in front of us, which talks about the ratio of financing costs to net revenue stream. So at the end of 2024-25, that was only 5.73%. The target, the maximum target under all administrations has been 10% over the years, and as members will see, the 24-25 outturn is only just over 50% of that level, and even under a worst case scenario looking forward to 27-28, it's still less than 10%, and I would expect that figure to come down, because we see that figure usually outturning at the end of each year much lower than we expect at the beginning of the year. Now, we have to bear in mind, Madam Mayor, all of this is against the largest capital investment programme that this council has ever seen. We're investing vast amounts across North East Lincolnshire, both in Grimsby and Cleethorpes. And of course, so a lot of this borrowing is very similar to members in this council who would borrow from a mortgage to be able to buy a house or to make house improvements. It's a very similar analogy, I would suggest. Councillor Patrick did talk at length about Freshley Place and purchasing Freshley Place and the regeneration work that this administration is undertaking in Freshley Place. I do note that his party opposed us progressing with that work at the full council meeting.
1 minute, Councillor
Thank you, Madam
Jackson.
Mayor. I do note that his party voted against us continuing with that work at the full council meeting last year when we discussed it. But I don't hear any alternative proposals from the Labour group. What do you want to do? Just see continued decline in the town centre? They put forward no alternatives at the meeting. We've got a strategy for regenerating the town centre, making it more attractive, bringing more people back into the town centre, and making it something that we can be proud of and use to attract more business and industry to the area. No plans from the Labour group, just continued managed decline for the town centre as far as they're concerned. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. Any more speakers? Right, we'll do a vote. All those in favour, show of hands. Thank you. Carried. Item 9, amendment to council procedure rules. To consider a report setting out proposed amendments to these rules of procedure for council meetings, the standing orders of council, as previously set out in the annual review of the Constitution report considered at the annual meeting of council on the 22nd of May 2025 and subsequently referred to the Standards and Adjudication Committee. The minutes of the Standards and Adjudication Committee meeting have been previously circulated. Councillor Jackson, will you move the recommendations?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I rise to move the recommendations to council that are set out in the minutes of the Standards and Adjudication Committee, and they are on page 566 of the minute book that all members will either have a hard copy of or an electronic copy of. The Standards and Adjudication Committee did have a look in detail at the proposals that came from the Council AGM back in May, and members will remember that we didn't actually come to a decision with regard to those at the July full council meeting because a number of members maintained they'd not had enough time to digest the minutes that had come forward from the Standards and Adjudication Committee. So I'll just remind members that the original proposals that were considered at the Council AGM and that subsequently went to the Standards Adjudication Committee came forward from the Constitutional Working Group, and I thank members for the input they had into that. So a lot of time and effort was put into bringing forward those proposals. They were subsequently referred to the Standards and Adjudication Committee, as has already been described, and they have made recommendations back to the council, basically supporting the suggestions from the Standards and Adjudications Committee, with the exception of recommendation 2, where they want to give the mayor discretion over the final guillotine time for full council meetings. And they also want the Standards and Adjudications Committee to continue to have overview of any changes to standing orders rather than the Audit and Governance Committee. So those recommendations 1 to 7 are set out in those minutes, and I would move those recommendations, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
Do I have a seconder?
Yes, Madam Mayor, I rise to second and reserve the right to speak.
Do I have any speakers? Councillor Prieston.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I draw your eyes to item to 1.22, the duration of meeting. I was a lone voice in that meeting where I said that we should be making council meetings far shorter. I don't know about anybody else, but I've got a life, I've got responsibilities, and for a meeting to go on 5-6 hours is totally unacceptable. And in no other area of business would that happen. We've got to get a grips of it because people are falling asleep by the end of the meetings. We've got officers on overtime, sat there wasting their time. It's not productive at all. We have people coming in to make a point, but instead of just saying their point in 2 or 3 sentences, they bring 4 pages of information. Now, we've got cameras in this place now. Residents can see the nonsense that's being spouted. Are you not embarrassed, some of you, to come in with these 4 pages of speeches that could just be said so much quicker, simplify things, make the meetings far more streamlined, and we could actually start dealing with matters that are going to benefit the residents? I ask you all this question. In your however many years you've been elected, for me it's 7 or 8, can you say that we've had that many things that have come to full council you thought, wow, that's going to make a difference to the residents? Because I can't. I really can't. The freshly placed thing, that was quite a big thing that was, you know, good debate, but there's so much rubbish that comes before council. It needs to be streamlined. And we need to cut meetings off far before this absolute guillotine of 11:30, because there's no way you can tell me at 5 hours of sitting here nodding along, listening to people go on and on and on, like I'm doing a little bit now, if you excuse the irony. I just think it's really important that actually meetings should be 3 hours absolute tops, because in no other area of business would that be permitted. So I would actually like to propose an amendment on the floor and see if actually councillors would agree that I think that there's going to be responsibility on the mayor to say to councillors, look, we've got a lot of business to go through. We need to move on now. That point's been repeated. So I'd like to propose an amendment that the absolute guillotine is actually 9:30. I'll even go to 10 o'clock, 3.5 hours. It shouldn't be going any longer than that. So if we get a seconder, and then hopefully councillors will take a few meetings. They'll start thinking, right, we've got business to get through. The mayor will go, right, let's pull everybody back. Let's get on with business.
Do I have a seconder? Councillor Mickleborough.
Yeah, I'm probably going to get to my own party on this, but as I'm going from the council in May, I think I spoke my mind. I know people who wanted to put themselves forward and then found out how long the meetings were going to be, and they just sort of turned their head away. They've got to find people to look after their children. They're working first thing in the morning. It's just, ridiculous. I mean, we used to have more meetings of the councils. If you go to a parish council or town council, they have a meeting every month. And so they're amazed that the next proper full council meeting from here in September isn't until December. So this isn't a non-party political thing. I would disagree with Oliver on most things, but on this, I think he's right. And I'm happy with the seconder. Thank you.
Do I have any speakers on the amendment, not the motion? Councillor Linley.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think this is the first time that Councillor Freeston's had so much support in this chamber. I think this is absolutely remarkable. I've got to agree with him. I think I agree with most of what's in this report, except for 1.22, where we talk about, for one thing, we're starting the meeting earlier. We're starting at 6:30. I know Labour have always professed that they want more evening meetings because they work, and I work, and I actually finished work at 6:10 tonight, and I had to make a mad rush to get home, to get changed, and back out again. It's a bit tight, so I think just the fact that we've moved, I'll accept the 6:30. That's fine. But then to see in the report that they've got an absolute guillotine of 11:30. As Councillor Freeston said, that's 5 hours. 5 hours of debate. 5 hours. That's a long time. And nobody in this chamber can agree that anyone's at their best after 5 hours. You're going to be sitting there and you're just giving it lip service. You're not really taking part in the debate because you just want to get home. And I think really, there's no other meetings within this council that we would expect to last 5 hours. So why should the full council? I think we need to take more responsibility about the content of the agenda, what's going in the agenda, what questions are being asked. I think we need that. We all have that responsibility. We have a moral responsibility there to judge ourselves about what we're asking. Do we really need to ask that? Does it need to be asked at full council? Does it need to be asked at scrutiny? But I think we one way or another, we need to streamline these meetings. When I first got elected in 2010, many a full council who had the luxury of grabbing a pint in the Rose and Crown after a full council meeting. We've got no chance now, no chance. So I really would agree with what's been said, and I think, and I wholeheartedly support the amendment. And I would certainly say 10 o'clock is certainly long enough, from 6:30 till 10. That's long enough to debate really the important things that we do need to be debating, and doing away with some of the stuff that really does just fill in the gaps. We just haven't got the time to do that. So happy to support the amendment, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
Councillor Haggis.
Sorry, I disagree with that. I believe that the meetings being changed to 6:30 will just make it more difficult for people that are working to be able to attend the meetings on time. So you will have people turning up late. I could see that happening. Also, putting a guillotine on the time that the meeting finishes will mean important business is left undealt with. We're here to represent our members, our residents, and to ensure that the job gets done. So I think it should be left as it is. Thank you, Mr. President.
Councillor Holland.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to speak against the amendments. If we're going to have curtail the meeting to that period of time, then hand in glove with that, we're going to have to limit the number of questions. Otherwise, if every member wants to submit a question on notice, who's going to decide which questions on notice get heard and which questions don't? So, you know, this is more complex than just saying, okay, we're going to reduce the meeting to 3 hours. And we need to think about all the unintended consequences of that. And what I would add, it says here that members actually have to agree to extend it beyond 9:30. And if members say, no, we've all had enough, we can all say, no, we've had enough for one night. Thanks very much. We'll come back in a month's time. So there is the option in there for members to say, no, we're not going to extend it. But I think to take away that flexibility, we may have a meeting, but yes, actually there is some really crucial stuff on the agenda that we do need a bit of time to debate, because at the end of the day, we're all representing residents and we have to make their views heard. So I understand what's driving the amendment in terms of sometimes the amount of time that we take. Some members do, I have to say, take more time than they need. But I think if we go this, I think it's a step too far.
Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I rise to oppose the amendment, and I'll give the reasons why. We're here to represent people. We get voted in, everyone knows it, we get voted in, and we're here to speak on behalf of the residents that we represent. At the moment, on each part of the debate, whether it's the amendment, whether it's the original proposals, each one of us gets 5 minutes to do that. And then sometimes we don't choose to, but we can do. And if we all choose to, that's 210 minutes, 3.5 hours, just for one bit. I know that's ridiculous, but the point is, to get a decent debate, we need time to do it. If people don't like council meetings going on and don't like the debate and don't like to hear members speaking on behalf of their residents, well, we've got elections coming up. I suggest you stand down. But we need to have the freedom to debate. It's a fundamental part of democracy. Make no bones about it. And restricting the time is restricting people's voices. I can't stress it any greater than that. That this restriction on time is so detrimental to our British values. It's so detrimental to British values, and and we know what those are. Democracy is one of those. I want to hear other people's views. I want to be persuaded on some things. Okay, some things I can't be, it's fair enough. But I still want to hear those views. And so I think that we all really have to really consider what we're doing and vote against this restriction, because we know, well, I know that this isn't what people want us to do. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Councillor Shreve.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I rise to oppose this amendment, and I'll give you the reasons why I oppose it. First of all, remind ourselves that the Constitutional Working Group had numerous meetings to forward these proposals, which were then reviewed by the Standards and Adjudication Committee. And what the guillotine at 11:30 does is not quite what Councillor, my good friend Oliver, says. There is a 9:30 suspension of standing orders, which is currently 10 o'clock. Once standing orders are taken away, under the current situation at 10 o'clock, the meeting can go on endlessly and has done on several occasions. I think 2:30 in the morning is the record, although I never attended that one, but I've been to several that have been well after midnight and 1 o'clock. So an absolute guillotine at 11:30 with the mayor's discretion, and the mayor's discretion will be for the item of business being discussed at that moment. So if you're in a debate like a budget debate, which do go on a long time for very good reason, then you don't bring the guillotine down. You allow that item to be continued to be discussed and then close the meeting. So the spirit of this original adjustment was to ensure that we don't have these extremely lengthy meetings. And can I remind members that there have been a number of changes in recent years which have helped to reduce the length of meetings. I mean, I can remember endless questions on minutes, many of which were exactly the same as the previous 15, which would send if we were broadcasting those meetings, it would send our residents to sleep. I'm sure of that. So what we're trying to do here is, in the original motion, is to overcome that particular issue. The amendment, I think, takes that safety net away, and I oppose it. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Councillor Clough.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I also write to oppose it, although I do hear strongly what Councillor Freeston was saying. I will keep this brief. I do prefer a briefer debate where things can move on and more things can be discussed properly. I also prefer that we come in here open about debate, so it's not predetermined when we come in. Local democracy means that we are here to represent residents. We're here to listen to each other and make sure that our residents' voices are brought into this chamber. I haven't been around long enough to remember the luxury of finishing in time to go to a pub. But I wouldn't class that as a luxury, overstaying and debating matters thoroughly. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Councillor Aysthorpe.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I stand to speak on the motion. I understand Councillor Freeston's point, and I agree with him to a certain extent. The length of time is not healthy, but it's our duty to get on with matters for the benefit of residents who elected us. Many years ago, council meetings were more frequent, but they've been cut back over time. And so councillors and residents are left waiting several months until the next meeting to talk about important issues that matter to local people and to even move a notice of motion to change council policy. If meetings were more frequent, then perhaps we could have less time at these meetings, but this is not the right way to do it, because if we did it this way, then residents will be turning up, anticipating an outcome that they've perhaps been waiting for, and then the meeting finishes and they have to wait for another meeting to be called. It's just messy. So unfortunately, I can't support this way of doing it, but I understand the sentiment behind it. And perhaps we can look at it in future again. Thank you.
Councillor Morland.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. At first, I thought Councillor Freeston was going to make a legitimate point, because some of us do really need to get hold of the grasp of tautology, verbosity, précis, and being a bit more taciturn in our speeches. However, what I find quite, and by the way, congratulations. I didn't recognise you tonight. I didn't realise there'd been a hair colour change, but It suits you.
Councillor Moore,
Right,
please.
Thank you. What I was going to say, Madam Mayor, was that I find this situation an attack on democracy, an attack on freedom of speech. And we've got to remember, this isn't a management committee, the council chamber. That is done by the officers. This is where we debate strategy and moving the council forward and exchange our ideas, whether we agree or disagree with each other. We have to have open debate because, as people of freedom of speech keep trying to tell us, we need to share ideas, otherwise we can't work out what's common ground. And therefore, if we were to accept this amendment tonight, which I'm standing up to speak against, by the way, then we need to be aware that we would be reducing freedom of speech and not enhancing it. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Councillor Swinburne.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Can't believe that I'm going to be saying that I'm supporting and agreeing with Councillor Morland. I don't know where I'm going from that. But I must stand to oppose this amendment, Madam Mayor. I've been in this council for a long time now, and I've attended so many meetings where we've been here till midnight, 1 o'clock, even longer in some meetings, especially on budget meetings. And we've always done the right thing. And we've gone by the agenda, we've gone by what's on the agenda, and we've discussed it and debated it. And I think that's what our residents want us to do. They elect us to represent them at the highest level. And I think that's what we should be doing by continuing to do this. And let's not forget, Madam Mayor, that this was a cross-party with the working group on the standards and adjudication, on the Constitution. It was cross-party and it was unanimous.
Thank you. Councillor Swinburne, continue, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, it looks so within the report, along all the debate, all the things that was pointed out there, it was. But anyway, maybe this is a way that we're looking forward to how Councillor Friesen is going to reform the council if he gets his way, as what he's been saying, that he's going to take over this council. So maybe that's some things we'll be looking at, and maybe he doesn't want to go down the democratic line of representing the people on full and public open debate. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Councillor Patrick.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Sorry, Councillor Shaw. I rise to oppose this amendment. And I think what really sort of strikes me is, let's get to the real heart of why we actually stand in this chamber, or more to the point, how we actually got into this chamber. And I think it's very important to remember how the 42 of us got here. We got here tonight and every other night because 160,000 or so residents decided that we should sit in this chamber and speak on our behalf. And I feel very strongly that that is an absolute sacred duty that we should fulfil. And yes, we have some very good, very lengthy debates that have gone on till the wee small hours. And I would say that generally, as much as they're heated, you know, they don't really typically end on bad blood. The one discussion that creeps into this chamber now and again is the one where we just seem to do ourselves down and rubbish ourselves, that being in this chamber is just a waste of time and a bit pointless, and why are we here, and wouldn't things be so much better if we just got rid of 5 or 6 councillors and everything would be fantastic. And I think we do get some very good outcomes in this this chamber ultimately. And I do believe as well that Councillor Wilson has stumbled on a very interesting point, that this really is a cornerstone of the British Constitution, because those of us who are a bit learned in the chamber will know that, well, more English than British, I suppose, we have a parliament in this country dating back some 1,000 years in some form or other, from the French word parler, meaning to speak. We're elected here to represent in this chamber to speak on behalf of our residents, and they want to see that we understand the issues that are actually in front of us tonight, and that we're getting the best outcomes for them, that we work for them, that we speak for them, that we represent them. And as much as, you know, Councillor Lindley, I am sorry that sometimes you don't make final orders, but I can't help but feel that if, when we're in meetings, we're all focused on what is the best outcome for residents of this borough, rather than can we get to the pub before last orders are called, we might not have had item 6 on the agenda tonight. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Madam Mayor, in the spirit of the motion, can I propose that we move to the vote?
I've got 2 more speakers. I will cut it there. we'll have the two more speakers that are down on my list, and then we all take a vote because it seems like we're having the same conversation. So the two speakers that are down here will speak, and then we will take a vote. Thank you. Councillor Shutt.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I rise to oppose Councillor Frieston's amendment, but I do understand, sympathise why he made it. And I'm not going to take up any more of this chamber's time. Thank you.
Councillor Bonner.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I oppose this amendment. I agree that the meetings do finish later than they should. I don't think that the answer to this is to curtail debate. The answer is to have less business on the meeting and hold more meetings. I think this is a far more sensible way. We should be allowed to debate the business properly. It shouldn't be cut short just for convenience so we can get home early.
Thank you. A vote up.
Oh, sorry, Madam Mayor. Somebody must have a right of reply on this.
Councillor Micawber spoke straight away when he went for the second.
Do I get a right of reply as the proposer of the motion? I did speak at the start, but I'll make it very brief anyway.
Can you sit down, Councillor Frieston, please?
Councillor Shreve, you seconded the original motion and reserved your right to speak. Spoke on the amendment.
Yeah.
Okay. Councillor Jackson, as mover, you have a right to reply on the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I thought that was the outcome, but I was just checking. I rise to oppose the amendment from Councillor Frieston. I have sympathy for reducing the length of the council meeting if we can still do that and still be democratic and then enable us to have a full debate on items that are important. But I think we have to remember that there are a number of statutory things that full council has to do to begin with. They are set down in law. There's nothing we can do about that. You know, we can maybe if and when reform becomes a party of government that can change the legislation on that. But at the moment, it's part of national legislation. There are a number of things that we have to do at full council, whether we like it or not. We do have an extensive scheme of delegation where as many decisions as possible are taken by cabinet or by officers, and we frequently get challenged by other councillors and by members of the public that too many decisions are being taken by cabinet and by officers. So the logical extension of that would be we should bring more of those to full council, which would make the meetings even longer. So, I mean, you can't have your cake and eat it on these particular matters. It's important that we have a full debate when we are discussing matters in this chamber, and I agree with Councillor Wilts on that. I don't always agree with him, but I'm at one with him on this. And I would suggest to you, Councillor Frieston, you're perhaps trying to curtail free speech. And you know, we've seen your leader criticising curtailment of free speech on the national stage quite frequently recently, and yet you seem to be advocating it in this council chamber. Now, if members want less business at the full council meetings or want to have more meetings, I mean, we only have 6 full council meetings a year at the moment, and one of those is the budget meeting and one of those is the AGM. So that's only 4, in effect, business meetings per annum that we have at the moment. Now, if you want to have more meetings, that's absolutely fine. I go back to the old Grimsby Borough Council days when we had a full council meeting every month. You know, I'm quite happy to do that. If that's what members want to do. But then I suspect we will get complaints that the council was meeting far too often, and it was another meeting on another night. You've got to come out from home to a meeting. So again, you know, you can't have your cake and eat it. But if members have got proposals about how they think we could reduce the length of meetings, let's hear them. Let's put them forward and let us discuss them at the Constitutional Working Group, which is why we set it up. And then we can come back to full council with some proposals about how we can streamline what we do at full council meetings. So I look forward to hearing your proposals, Councillor Freeston and Councillor Mickleborough, in writing to the Constitutional Working Group, and then we can consider them in some detail. And if they have merit, we'll certainly implement them. But at the moment, you know, we are stuck with business that we have to do because it's a statutory requirement or it's within the council's standing orders or the constitution. So the only way we're going to change full council meetings is by changing statutory requirements, which we can't do within this chamber, or changing the constitution. So let's have some constructive suggestions from members as to how we're going to change the constitution to reduce council meetings. Whenever quite a number of those suggestions have been brought forward, like getting rid of the minute book, for example, I mean, it's taken us years and years and years to manage to achieve that, if it goes through tonight, that is, whereas other councils got rid of considering the minute book from the committees at full council many years ago. You know, when we've tried to reduce the number of notices of motion that can be put forward, there's always been uproar about that. So it's okay saying you want to reduce the length of council meetings, but then when proposals come forward, frequently they get opposed. But you know, it's an evolving situation. So I look forward to hearing proposals from Councillor Freeston and others as to how we can reduce the length of council meetings in a way that still retains democracy. And I'm sure the Constitutional Working Group will be pleased to have a look at those and bring some recommendations back to council. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. We will now take a vote on the amendment. All those in favour? Against?
Sorry, the amendment.
Now we will go back to the substantive motion. Do I have any speakers? Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I've looked at the proposals and I've reflected on them over the time, and I'm not fully happy with a few of them, and I'm not happy with 1.2.1. I think we can play games with that. I think that having only 3 amendments, 2 in writing and 1 from the floor, well, actually, somebody could put a motion in, and the same group can just take 2 words out as 2 written motions, and then the seconder of the motion can actually then do another amendment as the second in it, so nobody else can amend it. So it can lead to games that we shouldn't be playing. But I think that's not robust enough. So I'm not happy with that one. I'm also not happy with the one we've just discussed, for the reasons I talked about before. I think actually we need to discuss the items that we need to discuss, and I think we need to revisit that with a working group, whether it's more council meetings. I'll be happy with that as long as we discuss whatever's on the agenda and have time to do that. So I'm not happy with that. Regarding the minute book, the point 4, on reflection, I thought that might be a good idea, but on reflection, I'm thinking to myself, as a backbencher, that minute book coming to council gives me an overview of the council. And I know we can all look into the internet and go for every minute and that, but this is delivered on a plate to us where you can read it. And yes, we only note it at council now, but it takes minutes, so if that. So I'm not quite happy with that as well. And so I'm going to move an amendment. I'm going to move an amendment to delete completely 1.2.1, where the 3 amendments part of it. I'm looking at the wrong page there, sorry. The 3 amendments part of it, I think that it's flawed. I think on reflection, it's flawed, and I think we need to really look at that. And even the part where it says let's discuss a motion before we put an amendment in is actually flawed as well. And the reason why that's flawed is because we could have, say, a motion on the floor that says within 3 months the council need to achieve this. Well, somebody could amend that to 3 years, and you vote against that, but you've already spoken, and you can't put your views forward because you've discussed the original motion. And so it seems to me that we just need to look at that again. I think that needs to go back. So I don't think it needs adopting. So we'll have another discussion on that amendment. Thank you very much, Madam Mayor.
Do I have a seconder?
I'll second, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you.
So members, just for clarity, this is an amendment from Councillor Wilson, seconded by Councillor Clough, to delete recommendation 1.2.1, which deals with limitation of the number of amendments to any motion. Thank you. So speakers just limited to this amendment, please. Thank you.
Any speakers? Councillor Linley.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm speaking against the amendment, and I think for a very good reason why. A lot of the motions that sometimes come to full council, some of them are very contentious. Some are very, very, very important to the residents. And some can be very heated, and it can last for quite some time because there's a lot, some of them, there's a lot of content to be considered, and there's a lot of debate that we have in the chamber around that motion. And out of that motion, you could have an amendment, or you could have 2 amendments. It depends on how the debate goes, because the debate itself can actually generate an amendment. And I think by restricting how many you have, I think it's dangerous. But at the same time, I think we need to have a bit of a common sense approach here. So what I would say is it's difficult. It's difficult because we need to be able to have a debate freely without the constraints of how many amendments we put in. But at the same time, I do take on board what Councillor Wilson's saying. I think we've got to be set at a maximum of 3, with at least 1 coming from the floor. I do see that, but at the same time, I really don't feel that should be restricting the full debate. And I think, you know, you could be missing a trick here, and I think there could be another amendment that could come forward, which you wouldn't be able to do that. you wouldn't be able to do that because you've already got your amendments in. So, so really, no, not for me. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Councillor Downs.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I was going to vote against this until your proposal for an amendment, Councillor Wilson. I actually had exactly the same thoughts when I was reading it, that I'm quite comfortable with the rest of the proposals. However, I just feel there are too many opportunities for this to be used to the benefit of certain groups, and therefore I fully support the amendment that Councillor Wilson has made tonight.
Councillor Augusta.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm rising to support the amendment, mainly on the grounds that I just don't think it's going to help debate. I think Councillor Lindley was almost at the point that I'm about to make is, at the moment, we've got 4 political parties represented in this chamber, as well as the independent group. If there is a contentious debate happening, groups prepare their amendments to it, and then 2 groups say it's a Labour motion. The Lib Dems get in first, the Conservatives get in second, but then the independent group really have thought hard and wrote their amendment. Actually, in this wording, it can't be submitted beforehand. Therefore, could be possibly moved from the floor. And we've seen what happens when amendments or proposals are moved from the floor that are long and wordy. And we've got to try and we've got to try and get our heads around if we're going to support it or not without the wording in front of us. I think this will restrict the ability not just to come to consensus like Councillor Lindley almost argued, but also the actual function that groups have to represent their residents and to scrutinise what is coming in front of us. So I really think we should support this amendment.
Councillor Patrick.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I strongly rise to actually support this amendment because as someone who's no actual stranger to this chamber, I would say that I'm incredibly confused as to what the motivation behind this actually is, because to the best of my memory, it's actually exceptionally rare we do get to 3 amendments. In fact, this is suggesting we can have 3. 4 amendments on a motion on notice. No, that's exceptionally rare, and it just feels that this is actually completely unnecessary. But moreover, it's down that slippery road of ultimately capping debate. And if we need to have an amendment in this chamber to get something over the line, if it's contentious, if it's important, then members need to have that freedom of discussion and debate that we hold sacred to get the best outcomes. And another potential pitfall within this would be, because I've seen this in the chamber, where we've had motions where there's been a consensus sentiment around the motion, the motion in the chamber, but there was a number of amendments that were put forwards, and there were a few amendments, and then finally, after a lot of painstaking argument debate, we finally got there on something that we could all actually agree upon. The problem this opens up to us is that if we actually run out of amendments, even though the chamber fundamentally wants to see the motion in the spirit of the motion actually pass, we wouldn't be able to do so. That motion would get voted down, and the 6-month rule would mean it's another 6 months until we could actually bring that back to the chamber. So as much as I'm sure this has been put together with the notion of making debates a bit more efficient and fluid, ultimately it's going to lead us to a bit of a democratic dead end. And I think with all of this, I really do worry immensely that we're seeing, in some respects, a growing democratic deficit within this chamber as we put more and more restrictions on ourselves. And my experience over the years, I'm hearing all too often where, I'm sorry, councillor, you're not allowed to amend that. I'm sorry, councillor, you're not allowed to move that. I'm sorry, councillor, you're not allowed to say that. I'm sorry, councillor, you're not allowed to know that. I'm sorry, councillor, you're not allowed to challenge that. We need to start representing residents in this chamber again. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Councillor Crofts.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I take on board everything that's been said. In fact, I'm going to come back to Councillor Freeston. What a lot of waffle we've just talked about for about 35 minutes. It was a cross-party decision, and now the suspicions have been brought up by a party member that maybe needs to look internally a little bit that he came up with those ideas, because this was all sorted and agreed with cross-party agreement, and now the parties are arguing. You just maybe should have talked to each other beforehand. This is what I think Councillor Friesland's saying. Talk amongst yourself, sort things out. Don't come and argue at these meetings. Thanks, Madam Mayor.
Councillor Freeston.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I mean, this is a prime example of it, isn't it? We all know that people are going to vote amongst party lines. That's quite clear. So I propose that we just move to the vote. Labour are going to vote one way. This bench will vote the other. Why do you continue debating when you know which way you're going to vote and wasting more and more time? So can we move to the vote, please, Madam Mayor?
Councillor Freeston, I'm running this, I'm the chair of this meeting at the moment. Please don't tell me what I should be and shouldn't be doing. Thank you.
With respect, Madam Mayor, I actually said I made a proposal. I
It's the
wasn't telling
second
you.
time you've done it to me this council, in this council.
Can I
chamber.
ask advice
So,
from the monitoring officer,
sorry.
Madam Mayor? Madam Mayor, I think I'm entitled to ask advice.
Apologies, sorry.
Apologies noted. So can we propose that we move to the vote, please, Madam Mayor?
Is there any more speakers? Councillor Jackson, do you want to right to reply?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Very, very briefly, I would oppose the amendment. If I didn't know better, I'd say Councillor Wilson was being mischievous on this. He was part of the working group. We noted we had extensive discussion on this. It's been to the Standards and Adjudication Committee. They've looked at it as well and brought it back to full council and recommended that we move forward. I would suggest, Madam Mayor, that we rather than adopting the amendment, that we support the recommendation as it's set out in the report. Let's see how it goes, and if we feel it's curtailing democracy, causing problems, there is a route for us to take it back and amend standing orders again, and either increase the number of amendments or remove any restriction on amendments at all if we feel we need to do that. But let's just see how it works first of all, because if we don't make some changes and see how they work, we're never going to get anywhere. We're just going to stay where we are. So I would oppose the amendment, Madam Mayor.
Can we take a vote on this amendment? Show of hands. All those in favour? All those against?
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Madam Mayor, for the record, I abstained then. I didn't.
Sorry, Madam Mayor. We had a late arrival which skewed our figures. So the result, not a recorded vote, but in favour 20, against 17 and one abstention. So the amendment is carried. So, Madam Mayor, we revert to the substantive motion with the exception of 1.2.1, which is now deemed deleted. Thank you.
Do I have any speakers? Councillor Patrick.
I rise to move an amendment, Madam Mayor, and if I promise everyone this will take less than 10 seconds, and it's a very straight to the point amendment, please support it. 127 on page 75, now what's been amended, that amendments for discussion on standing orders will go to the next ordinary meeting of the Standards Education Committee. We had some technical issues with this a while back where we had to wait for the next scheduled meeting in the municipal calendar. I'd like to rise and propose that we delete the word ordinary, which would enable us to call a special meeting of the Standards Adjudication Committee to allow the movement of these proposals if we so need to. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Wilson.
I'll second the amendment and reserve the right to speak.
Any speak?
So, members, just for clarity, the amendment proposed by Councillor Patrick, seconded by Councillor Wilson, is around the status of the meeting of the Audit Committee. Our standing orders at the moment say Adjudication Committee, but it's their next ordinary meeting, and we've fallen foul of that before by calling a special to deal with something which wasn't sound. So what Councillor Patrick is now proposing is that if the matter goes to the Audit Committee, then any amendment around standing orders is dealt with under a special meeting called for that purpose. Is that correct? Or can be? I'm obliged, Councillor Patrick. Thank you.
Do I have any speakers?
Sorry, Madam Mayor, on a point of order, the original the original recommendations from me were the ones that came from the Standards Adjudication Committee, which meant that Standards Adjudication Committee would continue to consider constitute standing order amendments and not the Audit Committee. Just to clarify, I think there's some confusion about whether we talk about the Audit Committee or the Standards Adjudication Committee.
Yes, you're quite right, Councillor Jackson. The view of the Standards Adjudication Committee was that before they could support that amendment, they wanted to seek the view of the audit chair, the independent chair. But because of timing, he hasn't, well, he was only recently appointed and has yet to chair his first meeting. So are you saying, Councillor Jackson, that you would refer back to the recommendation?
Through you, Madam Mayor, on point of order, I was just monitoring officer. You just mentioned the Audit Committee on a number of occasions, whereas we're actually talking about an ordinary meeting of the Standards and Adjudication Committee, not the Audit Committee. So I was just trying to clarify for members which committee we were talking.
It's late.
It's only 5 to 9.
Councillor Wilson, can you help me out?
Yeah, I just want to seek clarification. Councillor Jackson did say he would accept the recommendations from the Standards Committee. I thought that was part of a speech and not a formal amendment to the actual report. As an amendment, if it was an amendment, it should have been seconded as an amendment, not. But the report was proposed and seconded, and within the speech, he said he would accept it. But I don't.
On a point of personal explanation, Madam Mayor, I did actually move the 7 recommendations from the Standards and Adjudication Committee.
Yes, he did, Councillor Wilson. It was specific in that. I have a note, standing orders moved as set out in the minutes, and then Councillor Shreve seconded and reserved the right to speak.
Thank you. Thank you. So, thank you.
Madam Mayor.
Councillor Schultz.
Thank you. I personally thought that the recommendation from the working group was to maybe take it to the audit, but the Standards and Adjudication Committee preferred to keep it with the standards. And I believe that was what Councillor Jackson was meaning. So it's the word ordinary comes out of it going back to the Standards and Adjudication Committee. I think members understand.
Sorry, members, it's just important to get clarity and
Please vote for this.
Councillor Patrick, you proposed an amendment on the basis that it was.
Okay, I'm quite happy just to delete the word ordinary, and then you can sort it out amongst yourselves. Just delete the word ordinary, we can get on with the meeting.
So you're not proposing, are you withdrawing your amendment?
No. Delete the word ordinary at the end of the second line. I'm changing my mind about capping
And
amendments.
second, what Councillor Patrick's just said, so that we delete the word ordinary from the second line. And as he said, let's get on with the meeting.
Thank you. Are there any speakers? Madam Mayor, I recommend we move to the vote quickly.
Show of hands.
Carried, members, thank you.
Should I better do it? No.
So members, we're now moving back to the substantive motion as slightly amended.
Have we any speakers on the substantive motion? Councillor Shreve, are you reserving your right?
Yeah, I did reserve the right to speak, so I'm going to speak. Please, this has been to and fro for 4 meetings now. The Standard and Adjudication Committee, the Constitutional Working Group have come forward with proposals which have now been proposed and seconded as amended. Please, let's go to the vote and finish this off. Thank you.
All those in favour? Unanimous.
Thank you, members.
Madam Mayor, not unanimous, I'm against it.
Sorry.
Through.
We're going to adjourn for 10 minutes after all this confusion and have a break. Thank you. Please be seated. Thank you. Item 10, Youth Justice Plan. To receive the report from the portfolio holder for children and education, speaking approval and adoption by the Council of North East Lincolnshire Youth Justice Plan 2025-2026. Councillor Cracknell, will you move the recommendations?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I will. And indeed, as you quite rightly point out, this is a statutory requirement for the approval and support the adoption by the council of the Youth Justice Plan. This went to a joint scrutiny meeting earlier on this month, and there was a full and thorough debate regarding the plan. So I'm happy to propose that council adopts it. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Do I have a seconder?
Madam Mayor, I rise to second it and reserve the right to speak.
Do we have any speakers? Councillor Shepherd, would you like to use your right of reply?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. As the proposer said, it's a statutory document and I think it's something that we should just all support. Thank you.
I will now take a vote on this matter. All those in favour? Carried unanimously.
Madam Mayor, before we deal with the notice of motion, I'm conscious that we're at 9:15. Standing orders dictate the meeting finish at 10 o'clock currently. Is it your wish to move to suspend standing orders to allow the meeting to continue beyond 10 o'clock?
Yes.
Thank you. Do we have a seconder to suspend standing orders? Councillor Wilson.
I'll second that motion.
Obliged. All those in favour? Sorry, Councillor Jackson, are you indicating to speak?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to speak on the proposal to suspend standing orders, and I rise to oppose that this evening. Normally our group supports that, but we've had a lot of pressure tonight from some members to try and spend less time in council meetings. We wasted a lot of time earlier on debating changes to standing orders, and if we hadn't done that, we would be progressing much more quickly. So on this particular occasion, I'm not in favour of supporting the suspension of standing orders, and if we're going to finish the meeting by 10 o'clock, we need to get on with it because we've got a notice of motion to discuss and we've got questions to be answered as well. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Any other speakers? Councillor Freeston.
Common sense has prevailed at last. Well done, Councillor Jackson.
We will now take a vote on suspension of standing orders. All those in favour? All those against? Any abstentions?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The vote is 21-4 against 17. Standing orders are now deemed suspended.
Thank you. Item 11, notice of motion 1. A notice of motion has been submitted by Councillor Humphrey, seconded by Councillor Patrick, submitted in accordance with the council's constitution. Councillor Humphrey, you have 10 minutes in which to propose your motion.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I don't think I'll take the 10 minutes, if you don't mind. This is a motion to tackle a real issue affecting North East Lincolnshire, impacting housing, homes, communities and residents. Our current system means that private landowners can use permitted development rights to escape the need for planning permission. Such permitted development rights are usually utilised for home improvements such as porches, driveways and solar panels, but with houses of multiple occupation, they've benefited from a loophole here where they can use permitted development rights. When you convert a family home to become an HMO, you don't require a planning application due to those PD rights. This month's Local Government Association First magazine actually has a timely article I discovered after I'd submitted this motion. It quotes, and I'll be brief, studies have consistently found that homes delivered through permitted development rights are more likely to be substandard, to be smaller, darker, poorly ventilated, often in unsuitable locations. There are people living in flats that would not meet the most basic space or habitability standards had they been subject to the normal planning process. What this motion seeks to tackle. We can rectify this by, instead of having permitted development rights, to bring in an Article 4 direction, as has happened in various locations nationwide, Madam Mayor, to encourage, therefore, a planning application with the statutory consultation and that of neighbours, etc., involving our professional planners to have a view, and then ultimately we will have either a refusal via delegated powers or via committee, perhaps thereafter with enforcement or a new application, or a grant of permission with suitable conditions. The way that I've proposed to do this is to give residents and communities a voice, to increase transparency and to make this happen in public via a select committee parallel to the portfolio holder working with officers. This means that a select committee would invite experts, other local authorities, housing charities, housing providers, social landlords, etc. Basically, experts in the field, the likes of Shelter nationally or Harbour Place locally, to help us make an informed decision as to what sort of Article 4 order direction we would have, how many wards, etc. So this is a sort of point of principle to ensure that without demonising those who provide houses of multiple application, they are brought into the planning system and well regulated. I just wanted to state that this is to close this loophole. So rather than cram residents in, rather than have a sidestep of responsibilities via this unfortunate loophole, let's ensure that this borough can be pro-housing, but also pro-quality housing with an effective Article 4 direction. All unite around, as has happened, as I stated elsewhere, including our neighbouring council in North Lincolnshire, where it garnered all cross-party support, which was interesting to see. I hope that members will support the motion. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Councillor Patrick, will you second the motion?
I will indeed, Madam Mayor, and I reserve the right to speak.
An amendment has been submitted on notice. Councillor Aesop, please will you move your amendment? And Councillor Bassam, will you second the amendment?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I stand to move an amendment which is being distributed and it's laid out before us. Madam Mayor, would you like me to pause while members get a chance to read?
Yes, please.
Thank you.
Councillor Aysel, would you like to put your
Madam Mayor, point
amendment
of order.
forward?
I'm not confident this is actually a valid amendment because in item 1, it talks about the continuity of tasking the portfolio holder in the development of an Article 4 direction, and item 4, the continuity of developing an Article 4 direction in the local plan. I stand to be corrected, but I wasn't actually aware that to date the portfolio had been tasked with actually creating an Article 4 directive. I wasn't aware that we're currently pursuing an Article 4 directive within the local plan. Therefore, this isn't actually factually correct as an amendment, and therefore it cannot be tabled.
Through you, Chair. Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Patrick. There is a cabinet working group to look at both selective licensing and houses in multiple occupation. The amendment, I think, is valid. It doesn't negate, it adds to. And so I'm quite happy that the amendment is tabled is constitutionally sound.
Carry on, Councillor Aysel.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Sorry, can I seek clarification on the monitoring officer's advice there, Madam Mayor? It clearly says that the working group is working on an Article 4 direction to manage the spread of HMOs. Whether the working group's been tasked with that or not is not the question. It says it has been working on it. And can I clarify that the working group, we're going to have to vote on this. Can I clarify that that working group has already been working on an Article 4 direction?
I think we need to hear from the monitoring officer to find out whether this has happened.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The amendment is set out and tabled before members is for the portfolio holder to continue to work with officers and the existing selective licensing and HMO cabinet working group to develop a proposed Article 4 direction. But the wording merely supplements what the original motion sought.
So I'm still not clarified, but when we get I'll ask for the minutes of those working groups, and I would expect to see laid out in those minutes the basis of an Article 4 motion according to this. If those minutes don't actually say that they've done any work on Article 4 motions, then this is not correct. If it has done work on it, if it has actually done work on it, not in the future done it according to the paragraph, then obviously it's correct. The paragraph's correct, and that's the clarification I'm seeking.
Through you, Chair, if I may. The amendment merely states that the portfolio holder will continue to work with officers and that selective licensing and HMO cabinet working group to develop a proposed Article 4 direction, which is what you're seeking in your motion.
Councillor Aysel.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Right across our borough, residents are seeing change on their streets. More and more family homes are being turned into HMOs. Residents are signing petitions. They've spoken to us directly and they are demanding action. Madam Mayor, many also recognise that HMOs themselves are not the enemy. They provide homes and they do have their place. But when too many are crammed into one street or when they're poorly managed, that's when other problems follow, such as antisocial behaviour, parking pressures, and a decline in community balance. That is what residents are raising with us, and that is what we need to fix. Madam Mayor, the original motion asks that an Article 4 direction be fully considered, and I agree. After all, it was the Liberal Democrats who first called for an Article 4 in parts of the borough. We recognised early that stronger planning controls were the obvious first step. But the debate has long since moved on, and the Article 4 is already scheduled for consideration by the HMO and Selective Licensing Cabinet Working Group. That makes part of the original motion unnecessary.
Point of order, Madam Mayor. There's about 5 conversations going on. Can we just get some clarity of who is speaking, please? Thank you.
Well, I didn't hear anything. All I could hear was Councillor Aythorpe. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Aythorpe.
But the debate has long since moved on, and Article 4 is already scheduled for consideration by the HMO and Selective Licensing Cabinet Working Group. That makes parts of the original motion unnecessary and risks duplicating work. Madam Mayor, there is also a difficulty with the wording of the original motion. Under Council Resolves to, point 1 referred to developing an Article 4 direction for areas impacted by HMOs. That wording risks giving residents the impression that Article 4 will fix problems caused by the HMOs already on their streets. It won't. Article 4 only applies to new planning applications. Yes, it may help slow the spread in areas under pressure, but for residents already living in or next to badly run HMOs, the original motion offers no change. On its own, Madam Mayor, Article 4 will not raise standards. It will not improve the management of existing HMOs, and it will not deal with the problems communities are already facing. That is why our amendment matters, because it brings in the wider measures needed so residents actually see change on their streets. First, Madam Mayor, the amendment stops duplication. Article 4 is already set to be considered as part of the working group which I chair. That group has already taken a HMO petition, it's held discussions on HMOs and will be moving forward on it next month. I have also pushed for additional resources to ensure this work can go further and faster. Setting up a separate select committee to look at the same issue would not only waste time, but also drain officer capacity and public money. Rather than accelerating progress, it would scatter our efforts, create confusion for residents, and risk delaying the real solutions they are waiting for. Second, the amendment broadens the scope. Labour's motion clings to one tool, but residents expect us to use the full toolbox, which includes additional licensing, enforcement, planning controls, and yes, Article 4 direction too. Because slowing down or stopping new HMOs won't fix the problem for both tenants and neighbours living with it right now. Only by bringing all of these tools together will residents see real change. And third, Madam Mayor, the amendment keeps what is useful. Article 4 direction still has a role, and the amendment ensures that they are part of our local plan in relation to HMOs, backed by proper policy. In other words, Madam Mayor, this amendment strengthens the motion and turns it into a serious deliverable plan, building on the work that is already on the way. By supporting this amendment, we stop the duplication, avoid misleading residents, and deliver the full package of solutions our communities need. Residents deserve honesty, Madam Mayor, not false hope. Let's give them action that works. Thank you.
Councillor Sant, will you second the amendment?
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. Second the amendment and reserve the right to speak.
Any speakers on the amendment? Councillor Farron.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I rise to oppose this amendment. As you will be aware, a petition was presented to Cabinet by one of Sydney Sussex residents with over 200 signatures. If I can just bring you back to that, Madam Mayor and members, the primary reason for the petition was to oppose a HMO that had already appeared in a small terrace street on Douglas Road, a street which already, like many streets in our borough, has car parking issues amongst other challenges that our small terrace streets face. The bin lorry not being able to get down to the street on many occasions, leaving residents without their services. Residents felt aggrieved as this was done to them, and they did not receive any notice. However, the greatest irony in respect to this particular case was a family was served a Section 21 notice, and the house was sold to a developer who has exploited a loophole. As I have already stated, and of course I understand that we need to provide housing that is cheaper, and there is a need for this type of accommodation. However, as I have also already stated, I do not agree that terraced housing on small streets are appropriate and would recommend a select committee. And my reasons for that are that residents and stakeholders can engage in a select committee, as the issue has already had a large amount of traction with our residents and stakeholders. The reason that I think a select committee would be more effective than a working group is that this comes from a position of my personal experience. I have been part of the working group, which I understood before I embarked on becoming part of that, would be a group of members and council officers collaborating to achieve specific goals, tasks or projects. The main objective being collaboration and participation. Madam Mayor, that was not my experience. I have communicated this many times, and I have asked for my opinion as a working group member to be formally recorded, that I did not have trust and confidence in that working group. It did not work to its aims and objectives, in my opinion, and was not a group that fostered a culture of collaboration, shared and respectful participation. I stand by that opinion and would like to better for the residents and stakeholders of this borough. I'm going to leave out the detail in respect to the poor and unacceptable culture within that group and focus upon a rationale for a select committee to be more inclusive of the residents it is representative of. We can gain feedback, and we do. That's our job. Mainly gathered by online survey methods. I accept that, Madam Mayor, although I do not always feel assured that these surveys are quality assured in terms of fair and transparent questioning. Most of the work that we carry out in our ward is as a result of feedback. However, I would ask that Madam Mayor and members that you consider the sheer volume of consultations that have been recently circulated within this borough. This requires, I think, a fresh approach, a more inclusive culture. By that I mean a cross-working party where all members are included and given the opportunity to work in a respectful environment. Our residents and stakeholders are allowed to contribute with transparency and meaningfulness. I have put together some ideas, and these are: we already hold a lot of data. I would maintain that we can all submit from our different groups data that we feel that is relevant.
1 minute,
to our
Councillor
wards.
Farron.
Interested parties, including members of the public, can submit written evidence or questions for consideration. This provides us with a public collaboration and transparency that I feel is needed. We would have the opportunity to gain valuable feedback from residents and stakeholders. The difference between this and a survey is that we can hold public hearings where we can question our stakeholders and residents and take evidence from them. We can provide a robust report to which the council can respond. Madam Mayor, this is a very public issue, so I will be supporting this amendment. I will be opposing this amendment. Apologies. The residents should be given an opportunity to work alongside our housing and infrastructure and transport to drive forward an articulate direction.
Can you wind that up, please?
Yeah. I feel that this would be the best for our residents and that is our role. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Augusta.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm rising to oppose this amendment only for some sort of clarity given in the wrapping up, because I've seen what happened on that working group, and I saw that it was decided that with selective licensing, and I know it's a different mechanism, that one ward would be trialled first, then you have the 2 areas of action, and then there'll be further looking at different wards later on. This would actually really undermine an Article 4 direction, in my opinion, and I think it should go to a select committee where you can have experts come in and actually sit on that committee and it'll be open to the public. I know this because my ward, while being quite affluent in areas, has the issue with these HMOs in its terrace properties by the parkway, where me and Councillor Boyd had our ward surgery. I think it was at the beginning of August, and we had a resident come and speak to us about a permitted development HMO being built on St Augustine's. And their concern actually wasn't that it was being done, it was that it weren't being consulted like they would do, because they live in a conservation area already. So they're used to everything had to be consulted on when they try and do stuff for their property, but they're not actually a property being turned into a HMO. And I'm just worried that this working group has already got a lot on its plate with selective licensing, and 2, that it'll actually miss areas that just because they sit in a ward that is more affluent may not get picked up. And I think I take umbrage a little bit to what Councillor Aesop said about misleading residents. I managed to have that conversation with my resident on St Augustine's and several others on there, and they understood that we want this motion that was coming here tonight would not be able to stop the HMO already being built, but it would give them a voice to oppose it anymore in the future. And they completely understood that. I think we're really sending a discredit, saying that we're misleading our residents if we can't explain that, and they took it really well. So thank you, Madam Mayor.
Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think I rise to oppose the motion and amendment. Thank you, everyone, for shouting that out. Yeah, so anyway, there's a few reasons why I'm opposing it. We've had a woe betide speech tonight off the leader of the Liberal Democrats, how this is affecting people, and you're all there to speak. But the working group's been established for over a year, I believe, and it hasn't got round to it. And prioritised this Article 4 motion, which is affecting people. And quite right, it is affecting people. We're getting more and more emails about HMOs popping up all over. This is an on-point thing for the council to do. And residents need reassurance that the council's doing something. And the only way that can happen is through a select committee, not a working group. Working groups should be private, talk about sensitive information, and the consensus upon parties for years is it's Chatham House in working groups. You don't go on social media. What happens in working groups stays in working groups until the report's put to the council what it is. But a select committee is a public meeting, like a council meeting. The press can be there. You can just come out of it, go on social media, tell residents what's happening, not actually have it behind closed doors. Now, so the fundamental principle that this amendment's doing is changing a public-facing, on-point message to the public, saying this council's going to try and tackle new HMOs in the fact that it'll go through planning, they'll have a voice, and etc. And you, the councillors who sit on planning, can make that decision in that particular area, in that particular place, whether HMO is the correct thing to do. Because make no mistake, HMOs are needed, and some are very good indeed. This isn't an anti-HMO thing, and because they're needed, that's why you need planning control. So that's why this Article 4 is necessary. But the point of the amendment, how do people out there know what we're doing in a working group? Could go on for months and months, and that things are happening now, and they're thinking, what is this council doing? You have the first select committee, publicise it, and people out there know that this council's taking action and defending where inappropriate HMOs are being delivered without any council say at all. So I'm fundamentally against this amendment for those reasons. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Councillor Swinburne.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Be a long night, isn't it? But I rise to support the amendment, Madam Mayor. I think the selective licensing group that we've got with the Cabinet Working Group has already made it clear that we're in favour of doing something about HMOs. We've had that petition, as Councillor Farring pointed out. We do have, Councillor Wilson is on about a selector or the select meeting, but we have a public meeting. We did receive that petition. The press were there at that day, so they can do the same as well. So I think we should just get on with this now and let the Selective Casting Committee and myself work with officers to adopt Article 4. And if we carry on doing what we want with another select committee, then we're going to be debating or delaying it even further. I think the idea is to get on and make sure that we do something and adopt Article 4, but we'll discuss that in the main motion. But delaying it again with a select committee is going to make things even worse. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Councillor Clough.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I haven't written anything down, so I do take umbrage that when we put motions forward and put work into them, that for political reasons, that they are tried to be diluted. I do understand it to a certain extent. I really want to work with everybody on this. And I also appreciate, I've listened to Councillor Shreve as well about his concerns about select committees. I've only been around just over a year. I need to learn as well. We all do. And I want to know if a select committee can bring benefit to this. The working group has been around for over a year. Nothing's moved forward. A select committee can happen quickly. And we have to acknowledge that the public have said to us on so many occasions now, please be more transparent. Bring us with you. This is the perfect opportunity for us to work together, to be public facing, to bring the public along with us, to let them feed in, experts to feed in. We are not experts in every field. We are elected members to bring our residents' voices to this council. I would like to hear from Shelter. I would like us to get it right at the beginning. And I'm fed up of hearing you haven't gone far enough. We want to do it stronger. We want to do it faster. Well, where is it? Because we've had nothing in this chamber about Article 4. Absolutely nothing whatsoever. And I would like the opportunity for a slightly fresh start and to be able to look at something that's really serious for our borough without the political footballing, trying to take credit for other people's work, not working together, taking to Facebook to say, I've done this, I've done it better, you haven't done it good enough. Why can't we work together for the betterment of residents and do it really, really well together? No one needs to take credit. We can work together, listen to the experts on it as well, and build an Article 4 directive for our community that works for us. It's worked in other places. We need to build one together for us. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Councillor Downs.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It won't take too long because most people have covered the points that I'd noted down through the debate. But for me, what made the original motion particularly strong was the inclusion of a select committee. somebody that really advocates for public involvement and engagement, it's my view that a select committee would actually allow residents to get involved, would gather evidence, as we've heard from experts and so on, and even landlords themselves. It's more than just simply reacting to the problem of HMOs, but actually taking a really policy sort of approach to developing the solution to this, talking to the people who know better than we do. I also echo the points that have previously been raised in the chamber about a select committee allowing us to really ensure cross-party collaboration. This is not an issue that affects one ward, one group, one party. It absolutely affects everybody. And therefore, I think a select committee and opening it up in that transparent way is the best way that we as members can build public confidence around this matter and show that we are taking pragmatic steps to change. I don't believe it needs to be hugely resource intensive, a task and finish style group as we do in other industries to get the job done without just simply rushing through the change. I think would be particularly effective, and therefore I will not be supporting this amendment. Thank you.
Councillor Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I rise to support the amendment. I mean, first of all, just to respond to Councillor Clough, I don't believe this is any dilution of what's being proposed. I think there's a general, I mean, certainly in our group, there's a realisation that we need to take action as quickly as possible to address the problems of HMOs. They've certainly moved up the political agenda nationally very quickly over the last few months for a whole variety of reasons. And I believe that using the existing selective licensing and HMO cabinet working group would be the quickest way to make progress with it. That cabinet working group does have representatives from all political parties on it. I have to say my experience of the working group was positive, not negative, like Councillor Farron. We have made significant progress over the last year on selective licensing, and that has been the focus of the group during its first year of operation. There are quite a number of statutory processes and procedures that have to be gone through in order to be able to introduce selective licensing within a particular part of the borough or across the whole of the borough, wherever you want to do it. And those statutory processes cannot be rushed. And that's why it's taken a year to get from initially talking about the area we might use to actually proposing an area for selective licensing. And I'm aware of the fact that that has now been further delayed because the proposal has been called into scrutiny yet again. But anyway, that's another issue. It was also agreed. I'm sure I'll be corrected on this if I haven't got it right. I'm sure Councillor Aisthorpe will either agree with me or correct me. But my understanding was at the first meeting of the selective licensing and HMO cabinet working group, we agreed that all meetings would be held in public. All meetings will be held in public. She's nodding. I'm sure she'll mention that maybe when she stands up to respond. So in effect, it is that those are public meetings already. So I don't think there's any problem about lack of transparency. So rather than creating yet another select committee, which is going to take time to set up and get into operation, let's use what we've already got. Let's continue to use that working group, which I think has been very effective in taking forward the selective licensing agenda. Let's use that to take forward the HMO agenda, because I think there's general agreement across the whole of this chamber that we do need to take action with regard to HMOs. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Councillor Shutt.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I rise to oppose this amendment, and I'll be brief, Councillor Freeston, to keep you happy and go home, or try and catch the pub if you can, or Councillor Lindley. The reason I'm opposing it is we discussed all this as a group about what's the best way forward to get it resolved, to get it moving forward quickly. And this motion is aghast as to what we thought would happen in an amendment. It's because it's a portfolio holder who's a member. It's working with officers who work for the council. existing selective licensing and HMO working group, all members and officers. You know, I'm getting the trend there's something missing here. Residents, our communities. Councillor Jackson's already said, yes, they're all open, these working groups. And do you know what? I bet no one turned up. Is that what you want? An open meeting for the public? They don't turn up. And then when you decide that this is what we're going to do, they're all going to go, I didn't know about that. Does that make sense? A selective committee changes that. Because we can ask groups to come to talk to us, experts, and give us ideas about what's the best way to deal with it on planning, to deal with it in this area. This is what we found over there. This didn't work there. This will work better. You won't get that in your working group because the officers don't have the skills. You, if you're honest, don't have the skills. Reach out. Be transparent. We need to get this right. And we won't get it right if you pass this amendment.
Councillor Kaczmarek.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I will be brief as well, just to echo Councillor Shutt's words. We've got people and residents out there in the community, and they are not feeling that they are being heard. We might have a public working group that they can come and listen to us, but what we're not doing with the working group is listening to them. And we hear time and time again Councillor Jackson sat in this chamber saying that we are a listening council. This is the opportunity right now, Councillor Jackson, to be a listening council. This is the opportunity, and voting this amendment through essentially says to residents, in my opinion, it feels the message we will be sending will be, you can listen to us, we will not listen to you. And for that reason, Madam Mayor, I will not be supporting this amendment. Thank you.
Councillor Bright.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I won't go over the many reasons why we should be having an Article 4 for HMOs. I think that's pretty clear and has wide support, and we're arguing now about the select committee or the working group. My feeling is the select committee is the better route, but I just wanted to give a word of caution. There's over 100 councils adopted this, and many more are now looking at it for obvious reasons. But some of the councils have found out that if you do an immediate Article 4 direction as soon as you've been through the process, developers and owners can sue for compensation, and some have done that successfully. So it would probably need to be a non-immediate direction, and that means 12 months. So anybody's welcome to look it up, but if you don't, several councils have lost compensation claims for taking away the permitted development rights without that period in place. So it's just a word of caution on that. Thank you.
Councillor Crofts.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I must admit, we all want Article 4. That's what's coming across here. And I can't understand really why we're not getting on, as Councillor Swinburne said. After this discussion, surely we as members deserve to hear actions, outcomes and such like from the working party. What's happening? Does it need to go to a select committee, or do we tell the working committee that we need to see some results and we want to engage with public? If the experts need to come in, can they call them into working groups? I don't want to cause another group if they can already do what we're asking. So I am sat here listening to both sides of the conversation. We want Article 4. What maybe Councillor Aisthorpe needs to say is, will she bring in the public, the experts and the other officers? Because if that is so, then that is sort of the select committee and fills the answers up. If not, then maybe you should be a little bit more thinking, going selective. Thanks, Madam Mayor.
Are we any more speakers? I am going to ask him next. I was asking any more speakers for Councillor Persant's right of reply. Thank you. Oh, we've got one more speaker. Councillor Wheatley.
Sorry, Councillor Wheatley, before you stand, Councillor Persant has reserved his right to second the the proposal. He doesn't have a right to reply. Madam Mayor.
Yeah.
But
Councillor Wheatley.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm just a little bit confused. Councillor Jackson has indicated that that working group is already open to the public, and which was supported by Councillor Aislop saying that yes, it was. And yet I've just had a look on the council's website, and nowhere on there does it show where that meeting is actually going to be held. The last one I can find is the 4th of July, which is obviously gone just for the minute. So if that's open to the public, how are they supposed to know?
Councillor Besant.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. I'm really pleased that Labour's come to the table on housing issues, particularly in the private sector, because I can remember in 2014, I suggested we have a landlord's charter, and that was a recommendation from scrutiny to Cabinet. It wasn't even discussed at Cabinet. It never moved forward. And then I believe, Councillor Shepherd will correct me if I'm wrong, around about 2015, 2016, didn't we have a working group about selective licensing? We did. And the recommendation from that was that we move forward with selective licensing. The administration never moved forward on that. So I'm really pleased now they're beginning to discuss housing, because it's very, very important, very important. I found out today because we're getting down Columbia Road, in the vicinity of where I live, a house in multiple occupation. Small terraced house, and I think it's got 4 or 5 rooms as such. Lo and behold, this person who was telling me about it, because the landlord who'd taken these on went bust 2 years ago, two years ago. And lo and behold, there's 40 houses already been done up. One in Clerk Street as well, one in Clerk Street. Other streets, you name it, Harold Street, there's one in Wheelsby Street, you name it, wherever. The new developer has now taken these on. The Article 4 direction is not to stop these 40 now, so it's already going up by 40 it is. We should have been taking action in 2014 and before, we should have been, to move forward on better regulation of landlords and on houses in multiple occupation, because we're way off the mark. And I can understand the argument for a select committee and what we've got, because I've chaired both of them in the past. And Councillor Croft, at working group, I've had experts come along. So you can rest assured on that. A lot of them are in public, unfortunately. They have been over the years. But this one, what Councillor Aesthorpe's chairing, is in public. There's no reason why Councillor Aesthorpe can't invite Mrs. Smith or Mr. Thompson, you name it, whatever, residents who's got the experience to come along to that working group. And to be honest, we can have good engagement. What happens then, because this working group is already established and it's going to discuss the Article 4 direction, we get a select committee set up. That's going to discuss the same. Come up with 2 different recommendations. They could do. Perhaps come up with 2 different recommendations. I don't think they would, but they could come up with 2 different recommendations. We already agreed a year ago back to set up the 2 working groups, which Councillor Aesthorpe's chairing, to move forward on this. And as Councillor Jackson said, the selective licensing one, unfortunately, which was tackled first, is the long-winded one it is, because of statutory consultation, etc. and everything in that. We've moved forward on that. Let's move forward on this. I'm not giving no hope to those 40 houses to stop those, but let's stop the ones in the future what come forward. Let's move forward on this. I'm in support of the actual working group as it stands, and I'm in favour of the amendment. Thank you very much, Madam Mayor.
Councillor Patrick.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I rise to oppose the amendment because I'm just going to say what this amendment is. It's basically just a masterclass in gaslighting. It's absolutely clear that this working group has not been working towards Article 4 directive. There's absolutely no evidence the portfolio holder has been particularly working in that direction as well. And I hope there is some evidence of this in the minutes somewhere of this meeting. Otherwise, we've had some dubious advice tonight from the monitoring officer with regards to whether or not this is an appropriate amendment to the motion. And with all the talk about the honesty and transparency of this group, and Councillor Jackson, who's usually quite refined and quite sharp in his arguments tonight, has somewhat got in his own way with this idea that this has been a transparent and open meeting. Councillor Wheatley already trundled on that point on my behalf, but I'm just trying to imagine the scenario that Councillor Jackson's coming up with, that someone comes from outside the town hall and just goes to reception and just says, I've got an hour to wait for my bus. Is there like a meeting discussing HMOs and selective licensing I can sit through while I wait for my bus? No, these aren't advertised. You've not invited the press to any of these meetings. That notion that this is open and transparent is an absolute farce. We should be inviting the public to these meetings, discuss with them. They should see that we're actually making progress on this and actually give them a voice throughout all of this. And this idea that we don't want the select committee because we'll end up duplicating work, Madam Mayor, you can't duplicate something if it's not already happening. And something else didn't sit right for me about Councillor Ayslaw's speech. Actually, a lot didn't sit right for me. But there was a talk in there about were the first ones to call for an Article 4 directive, if that's true or not, it's the matter. But then we sort of flitted to the Article 4 directives aren't particularly effective. Then we flipped to that we've been working, we'll be working towards Article 4 directives in the working group. And then Article 4 directives aren't particularly meaningful in dealing with HMOs. And I just think that sometimes, Councillor Aythorpe, you shouldn't rely on AI to write your speeches for you. It's best to do them, yourself. And I'd finally just end by saying that I hope Councillor Freeston doesn't have the monopoly on giving residents a home peek behind the curtain about the nonsense that's going on at these meetings. But we know what all this is about, is that the Conservative group lost their majority at the recent set of local elections. They need votes in this chamber to get certain things through, and they're throwing bones to the Liberal Democrats. The Liberal Democrats can use in their ward to make themselves
Councillor Emerson, please. You're sounding like a child. Carry on, Councillor Patrick.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, but I really think Councillor Emerson's actually made my point for me, actually inadvertently. So ultimately, this is a shameless piece of political theatre. We've heard tonight that the working group isn't being used properly for the reason that it should be, with the rotten culture at its core, and essentially it's been hijacked for political purposes. Let's bring this back in the interest of the public. Let's get some action on HMOs, and let's get a select committee. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Councillor Humphrey, would you like to reply?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think that Councillor Patrick and others have covered a lot of the points I would have wished to make, to be fair. I do query the whole scheduled for consideration matter if we can't see the minutes and we can't be clear as to when that's happened. This is the first time I've done a motion. I didn't expect it to be so controversial because I was hoping it was quite straightforward that we do want transparency and accountability. And as to the points about who's coming up with Article 4s, it's with some irony that I think I was the last person to sign on behalf of the council on Article 4. We haven't had one for a decade. When we have had them, they've all been about conservation areas, etc. So I think this is definitely a useful tool, and I'm glad that there are some positives coming out of the debate. But I really don't see the point of the amendment for the reasons already stated. I think I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
We are now going to take a recorded vote.
On the amendment. Okay. Members are voting on the amendment. All those in favour say for. All those against say against. Any abstentions say abstain. Councillor Aisthorpe.
For.
Councillor Augusta.
Against.
Councillor Bissant.
For.
Councillor Bonner. Councillor Boyd. For. Councillor Bright.
Against.
Councillor Cairns. Councillor Clough.
Against.
Councillor Cracknell. Councillor Crofts.
For.
Councillor Dawkins.
For.
Councillor Downs. Councillor Emerson.
For.
Councillor Farron.
Against.
Councillor Freeston.
Against.
Councillor Goodwin.
Against.
Councillor Haggis. Councillor Harness.
For.
Councillor Hasthorpe.
For.
Councillor Holland.
Against.
Councillor Humphrey.
Against.
Councillor Jackson.
For.
Councillor Kasmarek.
Against.
Councillor Lindley.
For.
Councillor Mickleborough's not here, is he? No. Councillor Mill.
Against.
Councillor Morland.
Against.
Councillor Parkinson. Councillor Patrick.
Against.
Councillor Pettigrew.
For.
Councillor Shepherd.
For.
Councillor Shreve.
For.
Councillor Shutt.
Against.
Councillor Sylvester.
For.
Councillor Swinburne K. For. Councillor Swinburne S.
For.
Councillor Wheatley.
Against.
Councillor Wilson.
Against.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Elected members, the result of the recorded vote for the amendment proposed by Councillor Aisthorpe, seconded by Councillor Bissant, for 18, against 19. The amendment fails. Thank you. Now we revert back to the substantive motion, Madam Mayor.
Do we have any speakers? Councillor Prieston.
Well, I'm pleased that amendment failed there because I think it's important to have these sort of meetings in public so the public can attend it. It seems pretty common sense to me. Now, the notice of motion that came before council is actually one that I think is quite interesting because it's one that we can all have a say on and impact. And what I said earlier about things coming before council that really don't make any difference to residents, well, this certainly will. So I commend the Labour group for bringing this. I'm inclined to support it, although I don't think that necessarily introducing more regulations to HMO landlords is going to solve the housing crisis, or indeed is going to, stop the need for the demand for housing. I do think, though, that it's important to recognise why the demand is there and why some people now are fearful of HMOs that perhaps they weren't before. Now, Councillor Jackson earlier referenced in the last 2 or 3 months because of national issues, HMOs have come to the forefront. And I agree completely. And that's coming from people who aren't political, don't really watch the news, but all of a sudden they've started to take care of what's happening in their communities because they see their communities are changing and changing not for the better. I spoke to a mother the other day who's just had a HMO next door to her filled with men from Afghanistan who have come over from Hull. And she says to me, Ollie, I'm terrified. I'm terrified, and I can't argue with her. The statistics speak for themselves. Afghanistani men are 20 times more likely to be convicted of a sexual offence such as rape. So I think people, parents.
This is not a debate. We're not having a party political broadcast for the Reform Party. So can you speak on the motion and the motion only, please?
Madam Mayor, can I seek guidance from the Monster Officer? I think that my point is that this is relevant to HMOs and licensing because people want to know the sorts of people that will be in the housing. You might disagree with what I'm saying, Madam Mayor, but you shouldn't be stopping me from saying it, actually.
Madam Mayor, through you, what I would say is that this council is a creature of statute and will comply with all the regulations and laws that it's required to, which includes the Equality Act.
Take from that what I will. So I've stated a fact there that Afghanistani men are 20 times more likely to commit a sexual offence such as rape, and therefore I keep being interrupted, Madam Mayor. Can I finish my speech?
I haven't interrupted you.
It just looks as if you're going to, and you've
No,
done it all night.
I haven't interrupted you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So as I was saying, parents have every right to be concerned. Now, I don't think we should get conflated with the issues of HMOs more widely, because HMOs certainly, like Councillor Wilson said, have a purpose in this world. I once was going to be living in a HMO, so I certainly wouldn't want to see them just completely gone, because for some people they're a lifeline. They're either on the streets, they're sleeping on their parents' sofa, or actually they can have a little bit of dignity and have one room because it's all they can afford, or for some cases it's all that they need. And you're getting people such as myself before who could have ended up in a HMO stigmatized by people now who are so worried about HMOs because they don't know who's going to be living next door to them. That's the issue. People are really worried about it. It's not just the issue of HMOs, it's the kinds of people that are being moved in. And if I found out that I had 6 Afghanistani men or Sudanese men who are so many more times likely to commit these sexual atrocities, I'd be worried too. And that's what residents are telling us. You can try and shut me down, you can try and say you don't like the language that's being used, but it's a fact. And if you speak to residents, they'll say it. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Sorry, Madam Mayor, I'm not finished actually. So I'd just like to, with that in mind, I got carried away then. Just like to add one further thing. By limiting this to specific wards, you're just going to push the problem further and further. So Croft Baker's not included in it, but if you limit Sydney Sussex, then the issue is going to creep into Croft Baker ward. So I think we should either amend.
I thought it was for all wards. That's what was in one of the speeches. This is open to all wards, not closed.
Madam Mayor, I think it's not.
Thank you, Dan.
Point of information,
Clarification.
Madam Mayor. Yeah, this was carefully drafted to state that we are losing existing family housing particularly, and then listing certain wards and saying they're not exclusively. So it's recognising that there is a problem, hence the need for a select committee to discuss how we do that, because other councils have done it. Some have done whole boroughs, some have done particular specific areas and then come back.
Thanks,
and that's
Dan.
hence the bit about the local
Thanks,
plan.
Councillor Humphreys.
Okay, I would still like to make the amendment that it's not decided at that particular meeting. I'd like to make an amendment that actually full council decide tonight. If we're going to do it in a couple of wards, we're going to do it in all the wards, and that every single HMO will need to seek regulation and a licence. That seemed common sense to me. And the second amendment that I'd like to make is that we write a letter to.
We've got to do one amendment at a time, Councillor Freeston.
Would you like me to repeat that just for
So
clarity?
you want to go through your first amendment, and then once we've debated that, we'll go to your second amendment. We can only do one at a time. And also it needs to be seconded.
So just to be clear, I'm proposing an amendment that instead of just select wards in the borough that will need HMOs to be licensed, that Article 4 would be invoked for. Actually, it applies to all wards across the borough universally from the offset.
Do we have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Holland.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, through you. So members, we're now debating an amendment proposed by Councillor Freeston, seconded by Councillor Holland, that the reach of the motion before us applies to all wards throughout North East Lincolnshire. Councillor Wilson's indicated.
Point of order, Madam Mayor. I hope this point of order is taken so we can speed up tonight's proceedings. The point that's referred to in the amendment is actually within the narrative, and it does say not exclusively, and I hope my command of English isn't so bad that I misunderstand what that means. But the crux of what the motion actually resolves to do is laid out at the bottom of the page in 1, 2, and 3 and 4, and nowhere in the resolutions does it actually refer to any individual wards or specific parts of the borough.
Through you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Patrick. Paragraph 1 does mention houses of multiple occupation for those areas of the borough impacted HMOs. I don't know what those areas are, but Councillor Freeston has proposed and has been seconded that this is an all ward motion.
Yeah. Speakers on the amendment, Councillor Wilson.
Thank you. I'm going to vote against the amendment, but I have sympathy with it. What I mean by that is that actually I would welcome it to be across the board. But however, I would like the select committee to investigate whether that can be across the board to make sure we're not crossing any legal lines, whether there's any nuances to that. But if there's no nuances, if they investigate there's no nuances, I would absolutely support that position. But at this moment in time at full council, when we ain't got that information, we haven't done the investigation, I just don't think it's the right time for that amendment. So I would err on the side of caution and vote against it, but not against the principle of it, if that makes sense.
Councillor Bright.
Just to add what Councillor Wilson said, I did read the process to see what other council have done and how they've done it. And one of the things is the Secretary of State can still reject this. And if we go for all of the wards in the borough straight away without even doing the research and the justification, then we might struggle. So I think Councillor Wilson's right. The motion doesn't say we have to pick a specific wards. It mentions the wards but leaves it open, and really the select committee should then look at that and decide which wards we need to do it in, so we're not potentially falling foul of any legal complication later of challenge. Thank you.
Councillor Aisthorpe.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I stand to support the amendment. Earlier in the debate with the other amendment, we heard lots of reasons why we shouldn't support it. And quite a lot of the time, we were hearing that we shouldn't be focusing on one ward, which the working group wasn't intended to focus on one ward with Article 4 direction. It was intended to look at the whole borough. So I support this amendment. That's exactly what we should be doing. It's exactly what the reason was for voting against the working group, which is contradicting itself. It sounds to me, listening to these debates, that quite a lot of members in this room don't actually understand what an Article 4 direction does. I've heard from Councillor Freeston serious accusations of HMOs right now. But an Article 4 direction, implementing that now, will not solve your issue, Councillor, although I support the sentiment. What we needed and what the working group was intended to do, it's already been organised, is that we need additional licensing. We need, which is another tool. We need stronger enforcement and policy controls. And Labour are still stuck clinging on to an Article 4 direction as if nothing else matters. We need to look at the wider issue that's in front of us, not the future HMO applications. And I think we're way off here. But at the end of the day, the motion is, do we want it borough-wide? Yes, we do. So I support it. But I don't think I will be supporting the actual motion. I'm thinking about abstaining from that. Thank you.
Councillor Guster.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm really sympathetic, Councillor Freeston, to your point, but I'm a bit concerned with the legality of it. If we can do it in all wards, let's do it in all wards. But I wouldn't want legal to actually come back and say, actually, is this doable? That's my only concern. If not, let's just go ahead with it. But I think that's the reason for select committee. But I am, again, really sympathetic, so I am going to oppose this amendment.
Madam Mayor, can I just include a cavity which will support everybody? I think everyone will agree. If it's legally feasible, then to do it. Surely that would make sense.
Councillor Holland.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. The reason why I'm seconding this, I think on principle, it should be borough-wide. If it turns out there are legal problems with making it borough-wide, then we can row back a little bit. But I'd rather start off on the principle that it's borough-wide than it's just going to be a few areas dotted around. And that's the reason why I seconded Councillor Freeston's amendment. And some councillors, they have gone for their full area. If we look at City of Lincoln Council, for example, their full area now is covered by Article 4 requirements. So I think if we're not careful, A, we would just sort of move the problems around, and B, actually, I think we'd be probably more open to challenge if we said it's going to apply there, but it's not going to apply there. And actually, how you get into the definition of what affected means. Is it numbers? Is it impact on residents? It becomes very, very difficult then to quantify. So I think starting off on the principle of it being borough-wide is the right approach.
Councillor Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I've been listening to the debate carefully, and initially I wasn't in favour of the amendment, but then just reading resolution number 1 in more detail, it talks about developing proposed Article 4 direction regarding houses in multiple occupation for those areas of the borough impacted by HMOs. So that implies areas that are currently impacted, but there's a danger that if we introduce an Article 4 direction in particular ones that are impacted, that potential HMO developers might just move into other parts of the borough. So I think we need to be careful of unintended consequences. So just to be on the safe side, I think we ought to, any select committee should be looking at where we might need to implement Article 4 across the whole of the borough, whether it's currently impacted or not. So on balance, I will be supporting the amendment. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Any more speakers? Councillor Patrick.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. I rise to oppose the amendment, in part because I'm absolutely confident that it's absolutely unnecessary from where we actually are. I don't think this amendment should have actually been taken forward. It's highly erroneous, and I'm just asking myself if Mr. Walsh was still with us, would he be allowed this carry on to go on in the chamber tonight? I think not, and we need to reflect on how this amendment's been even tabled in the first place. But I think part of the problem is what we're doing now. We're really straying into the work of the select committee, which was frustrating. But in some respects, I'm actually quite delighted because this has really demonstrated why we need a select committee, the inclusion, the debate, the involvement around the minor points of detail that everyone wants to get on board with and everyone's got an opinion of. So in a lot of respects, this is actually a sound endorsement of the original motion from those who are supporting this amendment tonight. And ultimately, I do thank them for that. I'd certainly share the concern as well that if we go too big, if we don't go too borough-wide initially, this is for the select committee to do, that we might actually end up with some level of judicial challenge over this. And this is quite extraordinary, actually, that we've had a bit of a road to Damascus moment, actually, from Councillor Aisthorpe, a bit of flip-flopping, because all the way through the look at selective licensing, there was that deep, passionate belief that we need to start off small, start off simple, and not be too ambitious on that. And we need to focus this highly on one particular area that just happens to be East Marsh. And now we've sort of moved on to this item, and we want it borough-wide all of a sudden. It just seems like the only consistency is the inconsistency.
Councillor Humphrey.
Before we move on to the vote and the summing up, I'd like a point of clarification from the monitoring officer. He's ex-housing solicitor, I think, weren't you? Oh, I thought you was. But anyway, this amendment, my main concern with it was never ever whether we do it borough-wide or not. My main concern is the legal aspect of it. So if this amendment actually carries, would it put the council in a position, a legal position, because we'd have to sort of carry this out. We can't just say no because it's the will of the council. Would it put the council in a position legally where we could fall foul of the law?
Through you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Wilson. I'm taking the view that, as I pointed out to Councillor Patrick early on, and as Councillor Jackson's pointed out as well, that paragraph 1 of the motion to instruct the portfolio holder for housing, infrastructure and transport to work with officers to develop a proposed Article 4 direction regarding houses in multiple occupation, then Councillor Feaston, supported by Councillor Holland, has indicated that should be an all-ward application. So essentially, that work in paragraph 1 will be directed to all wards. If it happens that the advice to the select committee is that that's not possible, then the select committee will take that on board, I'm sure, and make certain recommendations. So it doesn't put the council in a point of illegality. It just directs the portfolio holder and the select committee to look at an all ward application for Article 4.
Madam Mayor, can I just please indulge me, just one part the monitoring officer didn't say, and I just want clarification on that. I understood what he did say. So if this amendment was to go through, would it bind the council because of the amendment? Would it bind the working committee, the working select committee, sorry? Would it bind the select committee to actually do an Article 4 across the board? Or is it that it would advise the select committee to have a look at it across the board? That I just want to, because I'll change my view depending on the advice.
For you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Wilson. My view is that the select committee will be directed to look at an all ward application. The select committee is not a decision-making body that will make recommendations to cabinet, which is. So I'm quite comfortable.
Point of order, Madam Mayor. My other concern as well is that if this actually does tie the select committee, this effectively predetermines the select committee towards the focus on an all borough. Therefore, predetermination doesn't actually fall foul of the Localism Act 2011 around predetermination.
For you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Patrick. I'm sure you'll appreciate that predetermination applies to decision makers. The select committee will not be making the decision. Cabinet will.
Councillor Dawkins.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. 10:30. For the last hour and a quarter, all I've heard is that the public need to be listened to. Then you don't have to go far in this country for every town and city in this country to be crying out saying, sort out these HMOs, they're an absolute disgrace, and how it's causing problems in communities up and down this country. And then you're saying, well, we'll listen to certain parts of the town, but not all of the town. For God's sakes, we need to listen to everybody in every ward, regardless.
Councillor Shutt.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I know it's difficult, and the last speaker emphasised that, but these things are important. I think the decisions we make in this place affect everybody. It's not just this place. I think through the debate, the questions that have been asked, it's difficult for us. I'm no expert and I'm no legal guy. You might know a bit more about that than me. But I feel through all that interweaving and discussions, we might have got somewhere. Well, I feel I can accept the amendment. I hope we all feel that way, because I think that's what we need to do more of. Thank you.
Councillor Clough.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have welcomed the debate and the clarification from the monitoring officer, and I will be supporting the amendment.
Would Councillor Humphreys like to come back?
Only briefly, Madam Mayor, thank you. I'm grateful to the
the debate and the advice from the monitoring officer, and I think also on the basis that it's to direct the select committee, and wouldn't, I think it's quite useful that we do support the amendment on balance. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, can I propose that it's a vote on block if we're all going to be in favour, which it appears we are, if you can get consent from group leaders?
Okay, members, thank you. I have an indication from all group leaders that they're supportive. Just for the records, for a show of hands, please, all those in favour of the amendment. Thank you, that's unanimous. So we now revert back to the substantive motion as amended. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, if you recall, I had a second amendment to make, which... So you may try and shoot me down for this one, but it does link to it completely. So clearly, the fact that this motion has been brought to council in the first place shows that there's been an exponential rise in HMOs. I think that with that in mind, the dispersal scheme carried out by the Home Office to send more and more asylum seekers, illegal immigrants to this part of the world needs to stop. So I think that we should get the portfolio holder to write to the Secretary of State for Housing and local government and request and say that we're full. We do not want any more HMOs. We can't take any more people. We've had to invoke Article 4 because residents are so fed up with the amount of HMOs that are blighting our communities. It must stop. We cannot take any more. No, thank you.
Do I have a seconder? Sorry, Councillor Friesen, I've got to agree with what Councillor Wilson has said. Councillor Wilson.
It's the first time I spoke on the substantial motion, so can I propose that the question's put?
Second.
I'll second that, Madam Mayor.
So we're now going to have a recorded vote on the substantial motion. Does anybody want to do it on block?
I can propose that we do it by show of hands, Madam Mayor.
Okay, group leaders just give the nod.
Yeah.
Okay.
All those in favour? Item 12, questions on notice. 9 questions on notice has been submitted for this meeting. The expectation is that the member will ask the question as given on notice. The asking of any supplementary question is limited to 1 minute only and must arise directly out of the original question or the reply. Councillor Downs, please would you put your question, which is to the portfolio holder for housing, infrastructure and Transport.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councillor Swinburne, over 2,000 residents submitted their views to the local plan consultation more than 12 months ago. Of those residents, the ones that I was witness of, they were all in opposition to the Grimsby West development, yet those views have never been formally acknowledged, published, or considered in any process that's taken place to date. When Grimsby West Master Plan goes before Cabinet for approval, how will you ensure that the concerns and feedback from those residents are properly taken into account given these delays?
Councillor Swinburne, will you reply, please?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Downs, for your question. As you are well aware, though, that the present local plan that was adopted in 2018 with cross-party approval allowed for the land known now as the Grimsby West site to be allocated for housing development. The local plan consultation and the Grimsby West Master Plan are very much separate pieces of work. The local plan review is led by the council, and the responses received from the last consultation are being considered, and they are feeding into the document that will be the subject of further consultation later this year. All comments that have been received last year will soon be available to view on the consultation portal. Grimsby West Master Plan is a document owned and commissioned by the developer. It includes a statement of community involvement that details the consultation that they have undertaken and also explains how and that has been influenced in the master plan. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Swinburne.
Supplementary?
Sorry, a supplementary.
Okay, thank you for that answer, Councillor Swinburne. So just to be clear, the views of those 2,000 residents that were submitted to North East Lincolnshire Council over 12 months ago are still being analysed and will not be taken into consideration when Cabinet review the master plan?
Thank you, Councillor Downs, and thank you, Madam Mayor. As I already said there, all comments received last year will soon be available to view on the consultation portal. Thank you.
Councillor Wilson, please will you put your question, which is to the portfolio holder of finance, resources and assets.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Can the portfolio holder provide this council a list of properties contained in the register of assets of community value?
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Councillor Halness, will you please reply?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I thank Councillor Wilson for the question. It's not the longest list I've ever seen, but we have Humberston Fitties, Shelley Park, we have the Wellington Street Methodist Church, and we also have Wold Newton Village Hall. So they're the only three items that are on this list at this moment in time.
Councillor Wilson, your supplementary.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I thank you for the answer. Can I ask the portfolio holder if he will develop this list with a matter of priority to protect assets around North East Links that are of community value? Thank you.
Councillor Harness, could you do your reply?
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much for the supplementary. As I understand it, this would require an active qualifying community group, and they would have to identify an asset that they wish to give some degree of protection to. I'm quite happy to have that conversation with you, Councillor Wilson, to see what your ideas are. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Harness. Councillor Bright, will you please put your question to the portfolio holder for culture, heritage and visitor economy?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. There's 18 conservation areas situated around the borough. In the current local plan adopted in 2018, the SWOT analysis in the plan identified out-of-date conservation area appraisals as a threat to our heritage. Policy 39 of the local plan document, conserving and enhancing the historic environment it has the statement, the council will pursue an integrated approach that seeks to update existing conservation area appraisals and management plans to identify the qualities and interests of each area and management guidelines to guide future development. Section 69 of the Planning Listed Buildings and Conservation Areas Act 1990 states local planning authorities must review their conservation areas from time to time, and Historic England's advice is that conservation area appraisals should be regularly reviewed and updated to ensure they remain relevant and effective. And in the December 2023 draft local plan, out-of-date conservation area appraisals are no longer identified as a heritage threat, but the draft strategic policy 14 in that document still has the same statement on seeking to update these appraisals. Can the portfolio holder advise how many conservation area appraisals have been updated, or what other measures have been taken to mitigate the heritage threat since it was identified in the 2018 local plan?
Councillor Dawkins, will you please reply?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Bright, for your question. I can confirm that between 2013 and the plan adoption in 2018, 4 appraisals were prepared, but no other work has progressed since then. However, the Cleethorpes Central Seafront Conservation Area Assessment is within the recent bid to the Heritage Fund for Cleethorpes Heritage Revealed Area-Based Heritage Project. The Council's Heritage Officer conducts a rolling programme of informal visits to all listed buildings and conservation areas to maintain awareness of any changes to the historical environment, where appropriate information is shared across council teams and used to inform decisions on planning applications. Thank you.
Councillor Bright, do you have a supplementary?
No, I don't. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dawkins. Councillor Aythorpe, please would you put your question, which is to the portfolio holder for housing and infrastructure and transport?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. At full council in March 2024, I raised the issue of persistent graffiti on our railway bridges. You assured members that officers would restart conversations with Network Rail on removal and prevention, and that you would report back to the community scrutiny panel. Over a year later, no update has been provided, while graffiti on our bridges continues to scar our borough and undermine community pride. Could you explain why no update has been provided since that commitment?
Councillor Swinburne, will you reply, please?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Aythorpe. But unfortunately, that was my portfolio at the time, and that has changed, as you are well aware, and that portfolio is now with Councillor Hudson. But as Councillor Hudson is not here tonight, I am prepared to give you the latest that I know about. When that appraisal was when that question was put in 2024, and I did say I would work with officers, which I did at the time. And there were improvements done to a lot of the railway bridges, such as the one on Peaks Parkway. Network Rail agreed to do some of the work on there, which they have done. But I believe in the last 12 months, 15 months, a lot of graffiti has come back on them again. So the only thing I can do for you is to actually have a word with Councillor Hudson and ask him to look at it again with the officers that deal with that within the environmental portfolio.
Councillor Aythorpe, do you have a supplementary?
Yes, please. Thank you. I appreciate that, and I think that would be a good idea. But could I ask, when portfolios change in hands, do you not update each other about what commitments have been made?
Not really, Madam Mayor. It's up to the officer that's been dealing with the case, and they obviously appraise things with the relevant portfolio. So, you know, the new portfolio would have been updated, I would have thought, on anything that had been listed to do, such as the graffiti on the bridges. But as I've already pointed out, I will have a word with Councillor Hudson and ask him to have a look at it again with the relevant officers.
You, Councillor Hudson. Councillor Swinburne. Councillor Holland, please would you put your first question, which is to the Leader of the Council and for portfolio holder of economy, regeneration, devolution and skills. Councillor Holland.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Our current local plan adopted in 2018 sets out the borough's housing requirements as policy number 2. For the current period, 2023-24 to 27-28, the requirement was set at 649 homes per year. Policy 2 goes on to say that the council will, however, bring forward sufficient land to meet an overall housing requirement of 13,340 new homes, representing an annualised requirement of 702 homes per year. Does the leader concur that, with the benefit of hindsight, these numbers were mistakenly set far too high, which has made it very difficult to now produce logical arguments to oppose the high housing targets recently imposed by government?
Councillor Jackson, will you please reply?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you to Councillor Holland for a good question. Our current local plan was agreed unanimously by full council in March 2018. The housing targets included in policy 2 are directly linked to the employment and economic growth predictions that were made at the time. These were ambitious housing numbers when they were set, but they were found sound and acceptable by the planning inspector. Our delivery rates now tell the true story. We achieved more than 500 completions in only one of the 12 years since the plan's 2013 base date. Indeed, the assessment of 5-year housing land supply was made much easier when, 5 years after the plan's adoption, we reverted to the government's standard calculation methodology of 203 homes per year. With regard to our revision of the local plan, prior to the Labour government's December 2024 changes to national planning policy, we were looking at a target of 415 homes per year, as set out in the 2024 consultation. This was considered to reflect market realities and maintain a good degree of growth ambition, being an uplift on the earlier mentioned 2003 homes prescribed figure at the time. The evidence that informed the 415 figure told us that, even with the most optimistic and ambitious economic changes factored in, the associated housing need was nowhere near 622 that national policy requires us to currently plan for. Following unanimous agreement at July Council, on the 1st of August, a letter was sent to the Secretary of State challenging our centrally imposed housing target and requesting a more realistic one, 400 homes per year. Almost 2 months on, a response has yet to be received, but I suppose that's just indicative of this chaotic Labour government. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Councillor Holland, do you have a supplementary?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I thank the leader for his full response, and I totally agree with that. We're now coming up to the revised local plan. As he says, we unanimously agreed a target of 400 houses per year has been realistic and deliverable. Would he agree that as far as legally possible, that number should be reflected in the new revised local plan?
Well, I mean, you know, we can try and put whatever figure we want to put into the local plan, but if we've still got a national target of 622 homes per annum, there's a real danger that that may be overturned when the planning inspector does the public examination of the local plan. But I mean, I would certainly be in favour of having further discussions with officers about what may or may not be possible in a revised local plan.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. Councillor Holland, please would you put your second question, which is to the portfolio holder for finance, resources and assets.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. At a recent scrutiny panel meeting, it was confirmed by council officers that one of the council's looming financial risks is associated with housing need, and the impact of non-registered housing providers was specifically mentioned. Low house prices in some areas of our borough make us extremely vulnerable to this risk, which may well increase in impact. Could the portfolio holder give this council assurance that control and mitigation measures are being put in place as a matter of urgency to minimise the financial risk?
Councillor Harness, will you please reply?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Holland, for the question. And it is an important question at this moment in time. Obviously, we've got a human element, and it's not just a financial issue. This financial pressure arrived in the Q1 financial report. On the face of it, Q1 gave us a forecast overspend outturn of 1.5 million. So looking at recent years, that's a much improved position. So what does it say in the Q1 financial report? I think I'd better read this out so everybody's aware of what we're talking about. A key driver in the forecast overspend is the council's ability to reclaim full housing subsidy for accommodation providers that do not meet the DWP criteria for full cost recovery. This is driven largely by an increase in unregistered providers in the local area. A service area review of the housing provision and the impact on the recoverable housing subsidy has been instigated, and to help mitigate the full year forecasted impact. I've also received some information from the service, and it's telling me that North East Lincolnshire is seeing increasing demand for people requiring housing that is reflective of those issues faced by all local authorities. A series of actions are being undertaken to manage demand and support people that require housing support. 1. Focus work on prevention and earlier intervention to reduce the housing demand. 2. Ensuring that people are in temporary accommodation for the minimum amount of time where the use of non-registered housing providers is higher. 3. Ensure that the review is currently being undertaken jointly with North Lincolnshire Council of Home Choice Links meets the needs of North East Lincolnshire. 4. Develop strategic relationships with new registered providers to maximise the opportunities in North East Lincolnshire, as well as revisiting existing arrangements with established registered providers. 5. Ensuring that all income is maximised. For my part, I will work with the 151 officer so that we understand this issue as we move forward. Obviously, we're moving into Q2, so we have a better understanding. Will there be an impact on NELC's financial as we move forward? Thank you very much.
Councillor Holland, do you have a supplementary?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I thank the portfolio holder for his response, and I wonder if he could commit to working with officers to reduce the report on this, which then can be brought to scrutiny.
Most definitely, Councillor Holland. When there's information available, I think that would be a good way forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Harness. Councillor Wheatley, please would you put your first question, which is to the portfolio holder for safer and stronger communities.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. What actions and compliance monitoring are being taken to enforce the ban on the sale of single-use vapes, which came into effect on the 1st of June 2025, therefore ensuring illegal vapes of all kinds are not finding their way into the retail outlets of North East Lincolnshire?
Councillor Shepherd, will you please reply?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Wheatley, for your question. First of all, the ban came in on the 1st of June, was it, or July? It's in our Q1 period. So what I've done, I've actually included the previous year's data in my response. Retail shops are subject to regular unannounced compliant visits by NELC trading standards, and any illegal vapes found on sale or in storage are seized. Intelligence reports on illegal vape supplies, often linked to illicit tobacco supplies, are regularly reviewed with a view to conducting multi-agency raids on identified target shops.
possible storage premises and vehicles in conjunction with Humberside Police and specialist sniffer dog teams. If the evidential and public interest tests are met in relation to the above, formal action will be taken. Cautions, prosecution, Proceeds of Crime Act applications are examples. If sales of illicit goods from a retail shop can be linked to antisocial behaviour, then consideration will be given to applying for a 3-month closure order through the courts. Where appropriate, landlords with commercial tenants found to be selling illicit goods will be encouraged to evict such tenants, as the landlords themselves could potentially be subject to financial investigation through the Proceeds of Crime Act. Should sales of illicit goods be linked to wider organised crime, NELC will support Humberside Police with their investigations. Madam Mayor, North East Lincolnshire Council, along with many other local authorities, is receiving additional government funding to combat illicit tobacco and illegal vape supplies. This, along with other funding streams, example of public health grant funding, is allowing the recruitment of 2 trading standard apprentices to boost our enforcement capacity. I have a few statistics, Madam Mayor, available on actions and results carried out by trading standards and enforcement teams. And again, as I said, these are based on Q1 figures in previous years. So we have done 4 premises seizures. 3 premises are subject to formal court action. 1 premise is subject to a written warning. 864 sticks of e-cigarettes and vapes have been seized. Now, if you're not familiar with stick, a carton of cigarettes comes in sticks. The same with vapes. They're built in packets, sticks, they call them. Some of the statistics for you, I've got to go back to 24-25. There were 38 premises subject to seizures compared to that in 23-24, where there were 33 premises subject to seizures. And go back to 22-23, there were 29 seizures. So you will see from those figures that we are being more proactive. There were 19 written warnings issued in 24-25. There were 21 formal actions, court actions, with 14,567 individual vapes seized. I've attended some recent action with trading standards officers and commend their work and the work that they do with our partner agencies such as Humberside Police. I have further data based on the link between e-cigarette sales and tobacco sales. But because of the time and the fact that I've spoken for 4 minutes, I'll park that for now. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Councillor Wheatley, do you have a supplementary?
Just a short one, Madam Mayor. Thank you very much for that, Councillor Shepherd. How is that ongoing compliance data that you've just kindly let us know, how are you going to input that information more regularly to councillors, especially regarding hotspots in wards, with mitigation, because obviously there are far more, the prevalence of vape shops is becoming far more apparent, and especially in collaboration with the ward councillors.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Wheatley. I really can't comment on ongoing investigations. Obviously, that's something that is continuing. What we have is a programme of intelligence gathering, which we share with other agencies, and from that intelligence that is gathered, we then build the case to actually carry out raids on those premises. The data is then collated, the data is then fed into the national database. It's also fed into a local database here with Humberside Police. We are seeing movement of illegal vape sales and illegal cigarette sales outside of key areas. So as we come down hard on those who are trading in illegal products in one area, we tend to see that they're migrating out onto the periphery of the borough. But that has been noted, and that is something that we are currently chasing. The last point I wanted to make was about closure orders and how difficult a closure order is. Some councils across the country practice closure orders on a regular basis. We've examined it, but this is the criteria for it, if I can just read it to you. We have to convince a magistrate that there is sufficient evidence and risk of further harm or organised criminal activity to execute a permanent closure order. In most cases, they are ineffective, as the perpetrators simply reopen under another name within the vicinity or on the periphery of the borough. Our approach has been disrupted by lack of intelligence and on owners of the businesses and formal addresses. So I'll say that again, our approach has been disrupted because we cannot gain the intelligence. We need the intelligence to come from the general public and other outlets. And they tend to change their names or ownership on a regular basis. And we really do need to concentrate on the owner of the premises through land registry. They are the ones. Evidence in this plays a massive part in this, and the judicial system really doesn't help. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Shepherd. Councillor Wheatley, would you put your second question, which is to the portfolio holder for children and education?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The council is on track to introduce new children's homes in the borough. Will the portfolio holder and administration commit to create a rolling programme of creating new council-run children's homes over at least the next 5 years, with a target for the number of places, bringing down the financial burden on the council for children's social care and creating an avenue for income by creating provision for neighbouring authorities?
Councillor Cracknell, will you please reply?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Wheatley, for your question. We have in place a comprehensive sufficiency strategy that includes the option of developing further local children's homes in the future as part of the wider local children in care provision, should these be required. Very much our focus is bringing children back into the borough from away. This is focused on enabling our children, obviously, to live locally, preferably in a family, but where this is not possible, in a local children's home. So our focus has been and will continue to be in children living in a family home or a wider family home, if possible, or if not, in foster accommodation as part of that stability. The anticipated continuing reduction of the care population means that this provision is being constantly reviewed, considering the needs of children alongside, as I've just mentioned, our extensive foster care recruitment campaign and work with our partners in the wider sector. In relation to targets, the needs of our care population are reviewed annually, and particularly looking at the needs of those children annually. And our aim is that fewer children will need children's homes in the future. However, whilst approval is in place for further children's homes, and indeed that is current, we've had planning applications, as those of you who are on planning will know, in recent weeks. If we do need further children's homes, then we will look at that. As far as a 5-year rolling programme, as I said earlier in my comments to council, we've reduced our care population by 200 in a relatively short length of time. If those numbers continue to decrease, then clearly provision will be reduced accordingly. However, so what I cannot guarantee is 5 years is a long time. What I cannot guarantee is that there will be the necessity in 5 years' time to have provision we've got now, but I'm not ruling anything out. What I do want to say in terms of your other part of the question in relation to provision for income generation, because we've not had enough provision and enough homes, which is why we're opening more, that's not something we've considered. However, in terms of income generation, yes, it's something we will look at as long as that provision is available for income generation. So I'm not being negative in saying 5 years is a long time in our care population. Also, I can't guarantee it, but certainly at this moment in time, we're on track to open those homes as we deem necessary. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Councillor.
Councillor Wheatley, do you have a supplementary? Thank you, Councillor Cracknell.
Thank you.
Councillor Casmerich, please would you put your question to the portfolio holder for culture, heritage and visitor accommodation?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Can the portfolio holder for tourism please give reassurance to residents and businesses that adequate provisions for toilets in Cleethorpes will happen?
Councillor Dawkins.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The answer is yes. Obviously, the Sea Road building will start soon, and talks have already taken place with regards to next season's provision.
Councillor Cosmeric, do you have a supplementary?
Yes, Madam Mayor, thank you. Recently, we had an email, I believe it only went to the Cleethorpes councillors, which says that the new facility will not be ready until the end of next season. Earlier this year, we saw the previous Portaloo facilities taken 2 months early. What is going to change in order to make sure that Cleethorpes is not left without adequate toilet facilities like it has this year?
Councillor Dawkins.
Yeah, I'm not sure if there's not another question in there, but I mean, basically, one of the first things I did when I came into this role was reopen Grant Street toilets that were closed by the previous administration. So that was an addition, thank goodness, that were brought back into service reasonably quick, within a couple of weeks. Like I say, we've had talks with regards to toilets for next season, but obviously, you know, we have to take into account also that we can't carry on financing idiots, and that's the only way to put them, that decide they want to set fire and melt a plastic toilet. They obviously need to go and get a job doing something a bit more constructive, I think. But yeah, the talks are in place.
Thank you, Councillor Dawkins. Item 13, minutes of the Cabinet and committees of full council. The minutes of the Cabinet and committees of the council are set out in the agenda and have been circulated to members in advance of this meeting. Members are required to submit any questions on these minutes on notice. No such questions have been received. Leader, would you please approve the minutes of the Cabinet and committees of the council as set out in the minute book en bloc?
Thank you, Madam.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move that approval as you described.
Do I have a seconder?
Yes, Madam Mayor, I second the approval as you described. Thank you.
All in favour? Item 14, urgent business. There is no urgent business for consideration at this meeting. Thank you for your attendance, and I now declare this meeting closed.